Roar in the sky, flames of sound. Lavistro wakes in the underground. Cyber dragon host seizes the helm. Dive into the madness of virtual realms. Welcome to DragonCast. Fire breathing wine, screaming loud. Lavistro's here to shake the crowd. Psychotic dragon ready to ignite. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. DragonCast. From Gamergate to Goonergate, woke crusaders spew their hate. Lies unfold before our ears. Podcast rage to calm our fears. Reclaim gaming in DragonCast. Fire breathing wine, screaming loud. Lavistro's here to shake the crowd. Psychotic dragon ready to ignite. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. DragonCast. Worlds clash in endless collision. Gaming news with a fierce precision. With a spark so wild it breaks the norm. In the tempest eye of unethical, your analyst face the score. Truth burns with a psychotic roar. Corrupt suits sneer what they despise. DragonCast will open your eyes. Integrity found in DragonCast. Fire breathing metal, screaming loud. Lavistro's here to shake the crowd. Psychotic dragon ready to ignite. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. DragonCast. DragonCast. Wings of justice cut through the dark. Lavistro's roar ignites the spark. A dragon's heart fiercely defends the gaming world. Our passion ascends. This is DragonCast. DragonCast.
And we're live, everyone. Hello, and welcome to another edition of DragonCast. I hope I'm sounding good, but obviously it's your Dragon Lord and God of Gaming, Lavistro. Yeah, that's another one I heard. Apparently, I'm the God of Gaming. Patty started with the Dragon Lord, and then I saw in one of the live chats. Oh, it's the God of Gaming. I was like, wait, what?
Take it.
So like, yeah, I'm gonna roll with it. I wish I screenshotted that so I could actually put that in the video. But I do apologize. We had a heavy thunderstorm hit right before we had to start streaming. I was in the middle of setting everything up because I forgot to set everything up last night, and was putting everything in bookmarks, and then everything shut off. So I had to wait for the server. So we do apologize, and I had to finish setting up. So we're not acting like we know what we're doing. But other than that, let's say hello to everyone in the chat. We have this guy, I cannot read his name. It's not important. That says Earth.
Did anyone respond to that?
What, the
Does
Earth?
anyone know what I was trying to do? Did anyone get the joke?
We're not environmentalist hippies here, so no, we don't know.
Damn it.
We also have Valkyria Winter saying hail all, food of time, Stella Gooning time, Crimson Desert 11 days time, and Scout.
Oh yeah, Crimson Desert, baby.
I am so waiting for that. I am literally, if I had to like cancel making videos just so I could stream Crimson Desert, I'm going to do that.
Just shut the channel down.
Oh man,
for 2
I got
weeks.
my deluxe edition pre-order. I can't wait to do the unboxing video.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That looks good.
I wish they would do PC physical copies, but then I have a problem. I didn't realize this when I bought the computer. I never realized. I acknowledged it once, and then when I was upgrading my PC, I realized that I do not have a CD drive.
Yeah, most modern computers don't even bother with the CD drive anymore.
I know. I want my CD drive. Though. I want my physical. I have some physical.
There are
copies.
add-ons. You can get an add-on extension.
I'm gonna have to get a new case. So that's what I'm doing now. Is like I upgraded my PC, but now I can't remember. I can't remember the name of the site. But I went to the site that helps you build your PC, and I'm looking at cases I want to get, and I'm making sure it has a CD-ROM drive at least.
Nice. They're like 10 or 20 bucks now, so
yeah,
it's really good.
So yeah, Dash is his boy. And then we got Dash's stalker poser guy here. But other than that, we have St. Hugo saying hello. And yes, like I said, we did have some internet issues. Thanks, Dash, for that. We have seen and heard.
Nice scene.
Hold on, just a second, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on.
For those of you at home, Lavistro is about to bring out a 9-iron. That's an old Robin Williams joke if you don't get that one.
Sorry, kids. But anyways, continuing on, we have St. Hugo. And I think that's it. Oh, and we do have a 6-member membership horrible dad joke for everybody. If I had to read this, y'all are gonna have to hear it. It's Ma'am Maurice from seeing a member for 6 months. Thank you for your
Nicely done.
membership, I guess. Please don't cancel your membership. I need the money. It keeps me off the streets at night.
Which is important. Night
Yeah.
is dangerous.
Not just that. The last time I got arrested, police said if I ever stand at a corner with a light post on the street, I'm not getting out of jail this time. And well, the things I do to raise my children, you know.
Oh shit!
Your memberships really helped me from going out that direction.
You're doing a civic duty, people.
Yeah. Now, once they realize I'm not going to say the name of my city, Devourer, and my street nights are basically coincidentally related, that's another matter altogether. Yeah, but I have an eating disorder. Other than that, I think that's everyone in the chat, and let's get going. So, Bo, I think Bo had some computer issues a while back, and I also do believe it's sports season, so he's doing the sports on radios.
Yep.
So he might not be here today. If he is, that's one thing. That's great. If not, well, you'll see him live doing Conan the Barbarian and other games that you should definitely support. But speaking of people you shouldn't support, Karrus, how's it going, buddy?
It's going well. As you can see, I'm getting more set up. I actually forgot to turn the lights on for my plants, but I'm getting used to that. I'm doing much better. You know, I'm getting back into the swing of things. So I'm glad to be here.
Awesome. Yeah, is that I gotta ask. That I don't have my glasses on, but I see 2 plants. With the lighting, it's kind of hard. Is that a ficus or is that a fern?
They are palm trees.
Oh, now that's actually pretty catchy. I need to start doing something like that. And then what I'm thinking about doing is kind of doing something similar. If I could figure it out, where you see my VTuber, but you can see my actual studio in the background. But that's actually looking pretty good. I'm still calling it a blanket fort though.
It is a blanket. It is a blanket fort 9000. These blankets are like 20 pounds. They're pretty heavy.
Nice. And then we have Dash Attack. Hey, Dash, how's it doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. I finished Resident Evil 9. Really liked it. I know some people have some story complaints about it. I kind of had a few minor gripes with it, but other than that, like solid game.
Nice.
Excellent.
Yeah, and you heard the news, right, Dash?
What's that?
I hope you're taking this well. I mean, you sound you sound like you are considering everything, being a shield for the game and all. But High Guard apparently is shutting down next week.
No way! My favorite game. No,
You didn't know?
I didn't. It's the rank. I was gonna
You had to
get
do
ranked.
this on stream? My God.
Oh no!
This is what happens when you don't apologize to the Doritos Pope. Your favorite game gets canceled.
I was on his case. I was like, I made a AI image of him with in a suit of armor with some guns with blood on his hands.
Damn.
Appropriate.
Yeah. But yeah, there is that. And to go off of that, we are possibly in a couple of weeks going to be talking about tribalism and YouTubers becoming game journalists, and not in a good way. So for people who don't know, there's a recent Mugen Lord video. If you know who Mugen Lord is. I shared it, Karrus. I'll probably share it with you. I'll share it with you, Dash, if you remind me. But it was some very valid takes that I also agree with. If you remember, Dash,
Mujin's good.
Yeah, if you remember that, she was on our show, and when we were talking about moving away from the culture war.
Yeah, he's been doing that. Like,
Yeah.
you see, he's very critical of both sides now.
And
It's like good for him, but I have my opinions, and I think I'm right.
Everyone has their opinions. I mean, I'm pretty sure if we were talking about the culture war, and I think they'll probably do that with the two episodes from now, we'll probably have disagreements, and that's a good thing. It's what keeps us all balanced. But that being said, we're going to go straight into the news, and I got some GTA facts. Have you ever wondered why there's no kids in GTA?
Well, because
No,
so
I
you
know
can't
why
hurt
there's no
them.
kids. I know why.
Well, I'm going to tell you why. I hope y'all have sound.
Did you ever notice how there are no kids in GTA games? This is because they're all on an island owned by Epstein. Did you ever notice how there are no...
Did you catch that?
Yep.
Lol.
But there you go. It's
Perfect
canon.
cutoff. It is
Epstein Islands is
absolute
canon in GTA.
Jeez.
Oh, but you know what? I know I say I'm a sexist, misogynistic dragon, and I pride myself on that, because then you can't call me sexist. You're just acknowledging it if I already claimed it. But apparently, there's someone more sexist and misogynistic than I am, and I don't think this was unintentional. I think this was very intentional because it was on Women's Day. But
DJ's not part of the show.
Uh-oh. Hold on. I did something wrong here. Still getting used to my new layout. But yeah, so here we go. So apparently Twitch is so sexist that they celebrated Women's Day showing a cooking game. I never thought Twitch was so based.
Oh wow, this is almost as bad as the Burger King's "Women Belong in the Kitchen" tweet.
Where's Pouty?
I know.
Pouty was setting herself
But if
up.
you were wondering, if any of y'all were ever wondering why I kept mentioning to Sonya and Pouty about getting back in the kitchen and play a cooking game, this is why. Because apparently it's okay. This is not sexist or misogynistic if you tell women, "Happy Women's Game Day. Here's a cooking game."
Someone signed off
Overcooked
on
is
that.
pretty crazy though.
It is.
It looks wild.
But yeah, I just thought that was ironic. And then we have this news. I believe this is the Sweeney's. It just says X, and I can't remember what no, this is not. So modder Marco Mike McCall showed off their experimental mod that adds spectral fellow players to your KCD2 experience. So basically turning it into a multiplayer game.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So I'm keeping an eye out for that because that'd be kind of fun to go back into Bohemia and have 5 Henrys saying, "Oh, I'm hungry," and then bullshitting the guards about why they killed someone. You gotta admit though, their how you violated the law mechanic is actually pretty creative. You can hear some pretty creative dialogue. Like I was just trying to like when you kill a woman, a female villager in the game, and the guard sees that you can say, I was trying to help her, officer. I was actually trying to, I was trying to hug her. Actually, it's your fault for this happening because you startled me.
I'm just visualizing Let's Game It Out breaking every mechanic in that game.
Yes.
Something like
oh
that.
my god. I sent him an email a while back. I know I'm too small.
Vavra? You sent Vavra an email?
Josh from Let's Game It Out.
Yeah.
But I did send Vavra way back last year when this whole thing was going off. But he didn't even look at it. So I was like, okay, yeah, I'm small. I know my place. Speaking of place, know your place, peasants. But dynamic price changes should be illegal. But to zoom it out here, thank you, Dash, by the way. They're taking regional prices for the PlayStation.
Yeah, it's a depends on for different accounts.
Mm-hmm.
Like they
But
were
also,
like experimenting with different prices.
Mm-hmm. But also, I lost the article, and I'm not going for my search history to find it. But apparently, the Xbox and PlayStation will cost about $1,000.
Like their next, or like just anything new. Because I'm not. I don't think I can get any more hardware. Even the GameCube, I would have liked it, but nah.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
How are people going to respond to the next generation? Are people going to love it and praise it, or are they going to shit all over it like people were claiming that the Steam machine was going to possibly unverifiedly be $1,000 and people like lost their proverbial minds for 2 weeks? Like, how's the reaction going to be to that, I wonder?
Well, here's the thing. People had lost their minds because they felt like the ultimate betrayal. Right, because Valve and Steam is like the least corporate corpo in there for defense. They do some things that are shady. That's they're still corpo, but they've always been fair about their pricing and transparent about their sales and stuff. Xbox Shields and Pony Boys are definitely going to be trying to defend the honor of Sony and Microsoft. So. And then, but to be fair, we also said over the past year since the Switch 2 came out, they're going to pull this bullshit. They're going to bleed us dry. And then when they got the price to the part where no one's getting it, they're going to try to do subscriptions like Amazon was saying. So be prepared for that. You're going to have to choose. Are you going to continue supporting them, or are you going to find an alternative? My suggestion. Well, the Mod Retro is out there. Just putting that out there.
M64 is coming out. Mm-hmm. That'll be a cheaper alternative. Just play the N64 Castlevania games.
Hell, I'll just pull my old 64 out.
Yeah. And then Valve
if you've got a working 64, I don't have mine anymore.
Valve has confirmed also that it will ship the Steam machine in 2026. Now, going back to the M64, just like with what Dash Tech was saying, I think the M64 would be a good option, especially if you're a streamer, because it makes it easier to stream those games on your PC, from what Dash is explaining to Mod Retro. I haven't gotten it yet. But, so yeah, the Valve is confirming that. Now, I do want to say I heard a rumor, I haven't confirmed it yet, because the rumor was from a trusted friend, but he's not has a background in leaking things out. Like if he tells me something, most likely what he's saying is true. Is the source true? But the rumor is $600 for the Valve. 600. I think he said 678.
That makes sense. when Ginger and I were talking about because when it first released, I threw a bunch of parts together of what were the most middle of the road average, and around 650, 700 was what I got in terms of cost. So that makes sense.
Dash, you need to slow down on the drinking, dude.
No, I'm just explaining some just dropping some lore for scene.
Now, we're really not covering the marathon news. I know people want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about it. It's not that interesting. I think here's my thing, and I'm not the only one that has this viewpoint. I think people are listening too much, taking what we say too seriously, like the game journalists. If we say don't buy this game, people won't buy it. If we say this game has XYZ, people will buy it. We've seen that with KCD 2. So covering Marathon, I don't know the big deal, but I've seen people who actually decided to try it and say actually they liked it, which was a surprise. But I will say Bungie has asked media outlets to delay Marathon reviews until late March. They claim this is a mandate, but a request or a suggestion, meaning if you don't do what we ask, you will no longer get free game keys. Or be paid to review our games. But yeah, so there is that. I want to say that Marathon isn't like the best, but I haven't seen anything to say it's woke. But to be fair, I don't fucking care about this game. So, yeah.
It honestly looks less interesting to me than High Guard.
Oh, for the love of God, Dash, we get it. You love High Guard because of the skimpy outfits of that redheaded assassin character. Got it.
But skimpy redheads.
But
no, this looks like Destiny 2, which I played maybe 10 hours of Destiny 2. And I look at this and I just see a lot of the same. There were things that people like Ninja and XQC would say that I would pick up on, say, okay, that's Destiny 2. That's Destiny 2. I have no curiosity about this. Maybe if it goes for like $5 5 years down the road, if it's around that long. But
the only way I'll play Marathon is if a bunch of my crew, between Red Shirts, Faz Inc., or even with your guys, Karrus, say, yeah, we're going to play Marathon, and I want to play with y'all. That'll be the only time I'll fork over $40 for this game.
Same.
That's not... I got plenty of games I like that have group play, so I was like, I don't care about this. Plus, I'm not a PvP type of guy. It's very rare I'll play those games.
Yeah.
But speaking of rare but unexpected, but one of those things you would say is about time, and no, this is not political. It likes to do this. The White House is facing huge backlash after posting "Make America Great Again" image using the Pokemon Pokepedia logo. So there is this. They're making a recent bold contract. Basically, they're having a hissy fit, but there is more to it. Apparently, I thought I had it in here. I guess I didn't put it in here, but
the White House has used Pokemon for memes several times now, and this is the first time they've actually responded to one of these memes.
Yeah,
like they did the full theme song of catching illegal immigrants. Like,
that's right.
Yeah, we had that on DragonCast a while back. But also, if people remember, I thought I had it in here, but I guess I didn't bookmark it. My bad. But I saw a tweet saying that Nintendo of America is suing Donald Trump. And
that is correct. I got the story on that.
Oh, you do?
Yep. They want you see, the Supreme Court recently ruled that Trump's tariffs are unconstitutional. So he's trying to find a way around that. But now, like, a bunch of companies, including FedEx, are like saying, like, okay, we want the tariff money you took from us with interest. We're suing to get like that money like back. So basically, they're just trying to get money from the government.
Oh yeah, that's always a thing. But speaking of lawsuits and settling, Google settles its long-running antitrust dispute with Epic Games. Google will reduce Play Store's commissions to 20% for new app installs and lower rates for subscriptions. Fortnite returns to the Play Store as part of the agreement. I actually remember covering this lawsuit in 2024. I didn't know who to root for.
Let them fight.
I won't lie.
Yeah.
I like the Epic game, the Unreal Engine. I really do. But I hate Tim Sweeney here. I mean, I don't like hate him.
I don't like Tim Sweeney. I mean, hate is a strong word. I just don't like the dude.
Yeah. But I also hate Google and Apple. So I'm like,
yep.
Because he was fighting Google and he was fighting Apple at the same time.
Oh, wow. Who do you root for?
Yeah. I'm like,
breast cancer, leukemia.
And it's not like you win either way. Like, no matter who wins, I still come out. It's like, no. It's who do I want to suffer more? That was my mentality.
Yeah.
So we're acknowledging that. But this one I kind of want to have it got disorganized here, but I want to cover it because I just want to say something on it. Now I'm going to say I love Kingdom Come Deliverance, right? Played both games, love it. And I know there was talks of supposed to be a total of 3. But Daniel Vavra is stepping away from game development to focus on producing a live-action Kingdom Come Deliverance movie. And I have mixed feelings on this. I'm not like, oh my god, a movie. I'm like, do we really need a video game movie from this game?
I mean, it's barely like 10 years old. There's like really like, but then again, like if you look at like Iron Lung or the Mortician's Assistant, like, you know, the obscure indie games that both got movies.
Yeah.
And one of them we actually looked at on this channel. Like, if you remember, we looked at the Mort Assistant and now it's getting a movie.
I think this might actually be good timing to see, because the problem we've typically noticed when trying to adapt any kind of game, be it something as stupid as the Emoji game or Emoji Movie, Angry Birds, they strike when
Angry
the
Birds
iron
movie was good.
It was. So that's actually the first. I heard it was mediocre.
It was just a little comedy using the bird characters.
But it seemed like they struck when the iron was ice cold, rather than even when the iron was still lukewarm. And I think the timing of this is probably the best, because if they wait it's going to take them probably 1 to 5 years to get this thing made. So by the time it potentially reaches theaters or Sundance or wherever, the craze about it will already be dying, but maybe not dead. So the timing of this is probably for the best. Whether or not it's going to have the audience, that is a big question. Is it worth it?
It doesn't really have they don't have like physical merch, like t-shirts and stuff. It got the hype when it came out, like typical games. But we talked about the mods here and there, but it's not like, in my personal opinion, I don't see a lot of people talking. It's not showing up on my feed for social media like, oh my god, this whole thing can come to Deliverance too. Like in the first 6 months, there was memes and YouTube shorts about Henry's excuses and stuff like that. But it's like, here's the thing: if the media did not make a big deal about it in the beginning, in the first game, and if no one, a certain person who wants you to buy his book, as posing as a woman that stole the identity of an actual Spanish teacher, type person. If he didn't make an issue about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and make shit up, that certain prominent people that we all respect or don't respect, who cares? But they jump that bandwagon and then make a fool of themselves. This would be a really niche audience, like Akira. Like you have your anime fans, but then you have your Akira fans.
Yes.
Like there's a really niche audience. So I think this is not going to do well for a movie. That's why I'm like, I mean, I want to see movies and cartoons made on video games, just like in the '80s. Like back in the '80s, they made movies and shows for kids to sell toys, and they were good because they had to make them good because it was a big marketing scheme. But you could play with your action figures and Legos and all that stuff as you're watching your show and reenacting those scenes. So the toy market benefited, the movie market benefited, and you got good quality toys for your children. So the family did it. They didn't just get a toy that broke. You know, in my personal opinion, very few of my toys ever broke.
One thing I think is cool about the video game adaptation craze is that it brings us away from like the tired comic book superhero slop that we've been getting, and now you get more variety of genre and different like stories and stuff. It's whether or not they can do it correctly. Like, I mean, I'm still pretty scarred by Return to Silent Hill and how fucking awful it was.
Yep. And we got I see we got something pretty going on down here. So
What is it?
Dragon Senpai notice me, notice my super chat buys you up.
Yes, you brought it back.
No, this is a little torrent, but it's from Scene with 2 British pesos. That's like 0.2 cents of 2 cents. AAA gaming failing is modern day money laundering. Pretty much.
That's interesting that you noticed that as well. That's a theory I've had for a while.
Oh, yeah,
A lot of people think Highguard may have been a some sort of like Ponzi scheme. Like it was never like made to like really succeed. That like
it's supposed to be like a tax write-off because that they did that a lot with a lot of DC movies failing. They just started writing them off as tax write-offs
Because there was no marketing.
Yeah,
Zero.
It was supposed to be a shadow drop.
Yeah,
Yep.
Jeff was the marketing.
Oh, but you know that all turned out to be a lie because of the Tennyson connection. So like they were obviously Tennyson told Jeff to promote this game.
Yep.
But you don't have to tell Jeff anything if he wants to promote it for money. All you do is say, "Here's some Doritos, here's some Mountain Dew, and here's a huge."
But don't lie about it and say you did it for free and that like this is a wholesome upstart like thing that's not being backed by a large Chinese conglomerate. Well, I mean, it basically became that when Tennyson pulled out, but that also killed the fucking game.
Exactly. And to be fair, the Doritos Pope, Jeff, he doesn't really have a good reputation. He doesn't have like an outstanding sort of reputation. His reputation was damaged the moment he sat down on a chair with Mountain Dew and Doritos on the table on one side and a giant Halo 4 poster with more brand imaging on the other side of him. To where an actual game journalist actually said, "This picture is everything wrong with the games journalistic industry." I remember that. So
he hasn't changed. He really has not changed. Like the Game Awards, Summer Game Fest, it's all this one big advertisement show.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, you know, we're smaller. We don't quite have the budget of Tencent or one of those others. What would be the minimum that someone like myself would have to pay to get either my name or my logo advertised on the Game Awards? What is the minimum? 10,000, 20,000, 50,000? Like
no.
what? I'd be curious. You
know what the minimum is?
$1 million.
No. I'm going to be perfectly honest. White and straight is stale. Okay? You're going to have to go over there, get on your knees, pull down their trousers, tickle their balls, and swallow really hard.
That sounds like what Joff did to Hideo Kojima.
I am not far from Portland, Oregon. I can just walk around and say, "Here's $20. Go do this thing, please."
All right, but it looks like people are doing more super chats. So we gotta
Nice.
acknowledge it.
Buy my book! Buy my book! Buy my book! Buy my book!
And that's from Bakir Ritter for the super chat clip. Oh no, not for $2. Not for $2. That if you want me to suffer watching that super clap, you know the rules. That super clap is literally a $50 super chat or above. And then
He's like, hold my wallet.
And then Scene says he should be called Deaf Really.
Deaf really. Gotta put the emphasis on the dip there. Hi,
Yep.
I'm Deaf really.
Deaf, really. I got it.
You know, I'll use this one for $2.
To the radio station!
Torches! Get your torches! Pitchforks! Can't be an angry mob without pitchforks!
Cotton candy. Get your cotton candy. Can't throw right without cotton candy.
Cotton candy, I'll take some.
I might make a shorter version of that one. Because I actually
Just
like
speed
that
it
one.
up.
Yeah.
Just speed it up by like 10% or 20%. Pitch everyone high.
I think that's pretty good. And I'm gonna have to do something with those videos. But anyways, other than that, Karrus, you're a Half-Life lover.
Indeed.
You can thank Dash for this one. So Half-Life writer Chet Falsack has called out haters who hope that games will fail. If you hate game developers, you hate games. If you're cheering on for things to fail, if you think game developers have no idea about games and only you, just keep it to yourself.
That's a bold claim coming from Left 4 Dead 2 guy who made it a separate product instead of update, but assuming I'm thinking the same guy. He's not wrong. Where's the meme? He's out of line, but he's not wrong.
Yeah.
He's out of line, but he's right.
Yeah. The term I used that got me gang piled on, and I still came out on top with one person. I'm not going to mention his name out of respect, but he thought I was attacking. I was like, no, he's out of line because you can do whatever you want, but he's not wrong because it is cringe.
Yeah.
In this case, I'm going to look at what he said in the. This is the Kekto doing this, but I'm going to assume he's talking about High Guard. Now, to be fair, we talked about this before. If it wasn't in the Game Awards, all these bigwig YouTubers, and I'm not meaning that in a mean way, I'm just saying they are the bigwigs, they are the ones most people go to, would not be making content about High Guard. They wouldn't even bet. We would probably talk about it because we're like, oh, here's something interesting that caught our eye.
I mean, we did. Like, we were there during our live stream. We reacted to the game.
But if it wasn't there.
Yeah, I was saying, if it didn't get any attention, it would probably be a blip on my Dragon Bites. Like here's an interesting game that came out. It's upcoming games, an alternative you might like or might not. Half the games I don't even know are woke. I just look at what they're saying.
I'm just wondering, like, what metric was Tencent looking at to say, like, what is like a metric that we find sustainable for this game?
Yeah, but my point is he has a point in that because there's a lot of people that if they don't like a game, they turn that into this game will fail because I don't like it, and they'll spin it into woke or they'll find some way. I mean, it's not like anyone who says buy my book actually has done that.
I think I have a new theory on High Guard, and the fact that there was they spent millions. And the word write-off keeps coming out. What if this was all just a big experiment to test the market on Tencent's part? What if there was never any plan to really make this last, but they knew they needed to bring it? There's the other conspiracies that seemingly are true, which I think some of you have pointed out, which is this was presented as an indie game. Tencent had to know that the reality would be leaked. They have to know how the internet works. Was about 250K? Maybe, I don't know. But I wonder if this was just a full-on, like, someone went in the executives board meeting and said, we need to gauge the market, but how do we do that? Let's make a project and test it out and see how it does. If it fails, we change our strategy. If it succeeds, we stick with the strategy. What if it was just an all experiment and they were fully prepared? They did the research. Yes, we can write off 20 million or however many per, on next year's tax returns or whatever nonsense.
It's a possibility. It's a sound theory, I think.
Crazier things have happened.
There's just so much that doesn't add up with the game, like this this skill tree feature that's actually really cool that they just added that isn't going to matter in the next 5 days.
Mhm.
Like, why wasn't that there at launch? Apparently they made that during post after the criticism.
I have a theory. We're gonna see it within the next week or two, right? Here's my theory. I don't want to say it because I don't have any grounds. It's just like a gut feeling. But there have been times where storage would be, back when I was a kid, air quotes, you're going out of business sales, and yet they're still around right after the sale. They're still around for a few more years. Going out of business sale, going on for years, and they're basically market on the fact that they're failing. What if they were trying to make this thing solid, like a decent game? They weren't saying it was going to be the Fortnite killer. I don't think they were advertising. I don't know, right? What if they're making a Fortnite clone? Was thinking they get a medium market, maybe like a Helldivers market current day, right, as their launch day target, which would be sustainable to add a little cash flow. But Jeff Keighley fucked that up for them, right? Regardless if they thought about it or not. Let's just assume they thought Jeff Keighley could, endorse it and give them a few more, like a 30K more players, right? Let's just say. Now they realize they're failing, and they're saying they're going out of business, getting the servers down from the week, but they're trying to get more players to launch the game. Like, if players actually would care about this game, they'll support it themselves. And if they can do that, then they can coast off of that.
Well, I mean, fans have already asked for them to release the source code so they can keep this game alive and maybe even.
Well, I'm not saying about keep the source code so they can do it for free. I'm saying get fans to support the game. That's why they had this update, even though they're shutting down the engine, right? They're shutting down the server. Because if they get more people in, they're like, oh, we managed to get a miracle of this many players to keep the game active, so we're going to keep working on it. They fired the crew down to 20. They had the main code out, so they don't need that many people to run tweaks and stuff right now. They can do it a skeleton crew of 20. If they had 50 or more, they wouldn't have to risk current culture later on. That's my theory. But I'm theorizing that they're trying to harp on the fact that this was a poorly misjudged game. Like, this game was underrated, and they're trying to get the fans to market it. That's my theory. I won't know until they don't shut down a week from now.
Well, I think a lot of high guard defenders kind of just got burnt out and sad from the whole thing, so they're just they're playing the game while they can, but
yeah,
it's done. There's no saving it. I do believe if they had the money and they really wanted to save this game, they could. I've always stayed that. I don't think it was a lost project. I know Jay Viper, Smash JT, they were giggling about the whole prospect of this game failing. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
But me, who actually played it, yes, the loop is severely flawed. They were experimenting with the raid rush mode where they cut most of the phases out and just had each team takes turns attacking each other's bases, where they just completely erase the whole capture the flag portion entirely.
Yeah, and here's what I'm going to say that people are going to clip out of context and say I'm a high guard, woke shield, whatever. But isn't it true that most of these big YouTubers, I'm not going to say names, unlike Dash, but most of these big YouTubers say that the reason why the AAA is failing is because they're afraid to innovate. And here a game was actually trying to innovate. Yeah, they cut and pasted from different things, but as Dash said, when you play the game, there's some innovations in it. So, if you're like, let me put it this way. This is the thing that really irritates me about us YouTubers. And I'm not defending Highguard here at all. They bash the game, but they never played it. They will go play Dustborn and all these ones that are obviously woke. They say, oh, we need to see if it's actually good. I'm calling them out right now. You can unsubscribe for me. You can clip me. I don't fucking care.
No, they play games like that,
Jack.
assuming...
I'm gonna do my rant right now. I need to do this rant. I need to get it off my chest.
All right.
All right. It pisses me off. This is why I haven't watched a lot of people like I used to love. Geeks and Gamers, Friday Night Tights, Smash JT, as much as I respect Smash JT, Jay Viper, you name the names. Hypnotic. I love Hypnotic, and I haven't been on it. I'm a mod for Hypnotic, and I haven't been on his channel much. Part of it is because I'm busy. Part of it because he went too deep into politics. I started coming back, and he's starting to occasionally cover upcoming games, but he's focused more on games now. But everyone was smashing Highguard. I don't care about Highguard, but I at least had the fucking balls to go watch a friend playing it. I at least had the fucking balls to talk about it in a neutral stance. I did not play Dustborn once. When that game came out, it says if you paid me Dustborn, if you bought me Get to Me Dustborn, I would say you wasted your money and send it back to you, because I knew from the trailers it sucked. I knew from Dragon Age of Veilguard's trailer, Trust the Gods, being a Dragon Age fan, that the game was going to suck. People said I was not a true fan. I don't know shit about the lore, everything else. I had arguments in the comments of my own video about that you can go back and look it up. And I said it's going to suck. And it sucked. I didn't play the game. I knew from the trailers. I also don't play games that I don't like. I play games I do like. I try to give fair opinions for every game out there I think that might be interesting. Sometimes there are games out there that are not interesting. I might have recommended a woke game, not even know it. I'll be honest. I do what I did as a kid. I look at a game. I was like, here's this interesting, and I leave it up for you. But too many times we're crashing games just because of the Doritos Pope. And guess what? You know what? I will admit it. Yeah, I was out there too because of the reaction. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to trust anything the Doritos Pope says. I'm not giving him any fucking credit here. I do believe he damaged his game. But how many people have called this a woke game, saying it's fucking Concord 2, when the only reference of Concord 2 was from the chat, yet the trailer and the reveal for the Game Awards didn't show anything that smelled woke. It smelled like a meh game that shouldn't have been the last reveal. So all these YouTubers that are saying, oh, they're celebrating this and that, I'm going to tell you right now, go to fucking Yuga Lord. He just posted a video this past week about the gaming debate and how freaking polarized it's become. And he said that this guy, I respect this guy, okay? He said that he too bashed Marathon until he played it. Go put your money where your mouth is. You make more money than me. You can go ahead and say I'm just all angry about money, but my crew will always tell you, I don't want your super chats. I want your engagement. I want to have a thing about gaming. And here what we're seeing is all these people just hating on games, all right? Hating on games without actually looking into it. If someone says on Geeks and Gamers, everyone else is going to say it. No one will say anything new about it. Just like with game journalists. You want proof? Go look up a base on Niche Gamer and Jimatsu. What they did is they said one or two lines at the top and just did a copy paste of the game's Steam profile. That's all they did, right? You see that with gamers as well, YouTubers as well. Why am I going to watch Jay Viper if I already watched Hypnotic? Because you're going to have the same thing. Why am I going to watch Hypnotic if Smash JT has the same thing? I'm not saying you have to come watch me. I don't care. I'm trying to give everybody a good, honest opinion because I focus on games. I don't care about the culture. I want the games industry we had back in the early 2000s.
I want to give Vera Dark credit where it's like she did not like the game, but she still she plays the games she bashes at least. Like she will stream that. Yeah. Like I don't know. Like did Smash even stream Highguard at all?
I don't know. Smash usually streams when I stream, so I can't watch everything he does. As I say, I try to say to be fair, but everyone says when I do watch the clips or when I do catch a stream too from people, it's all the same thing. I can switch from. It's kind of like that meme where someone was showing the mainstream media, each individual channel saying the same thing, word for word.
extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Exactly.
I
It's the
was just
same thing with
thinking
us
that.
YouTubers, and the same thing with game journalists. No one is sitting there to thinking for themselves.
Well,
And when
that's
they
the
do think,
echo chamber effect. Like,
yeah,
that's how
it's
we
happening. It's
polarization
happening here
is
too.
as a society. I've always like tried to be like objective. Like,
Yeah.
that's why I did play High Guard. I did try to find like good things to say about it, and I had plenty of negative things to say about it too.
Yeah, and we talked
Yes.
about that nuance. That's my point. It's like you don't have to watch me. I don't care. Like if I get 0 streamers and I get banned off YouTube, I'm just gonna go play stream games. I didn't plan on this to be a streamer. It just people ask my thoughts to the point where it's like, you know what? I'll just make this a stream. And we went for a year with this. I didn't even think we were gonna get that far. All right. My point is I want gamers to think for themselves.
Yeah, it's like independent, like thinking, but as much as I like Smash, like it's just like his whole gimmick now is just being like an adversary to the game's media. That's
Yeah.
really like it's all. That's why he's like on X, like trolling all the time.
Yeah. And he has a lot of cringe and some good takes, and some cringe. But I liked him in the beginning when he didn't have a listener content issue, because a lot of his news I would actually use as my own. Like,
Yeah,
You know, the
I
sad
would
part
think
about
I would
that-
see what he says and I would think about that. But now it's becoming like it's like when a game journalist would try to find fault in a game and say this is a representation of imperialism, or this is a representation of racism, and that's why Trump shouldn't be in the office. You're like, wait, where you went from the video game to a what crazed out conspiracy theory to the elections? It's like I didn't come here to read your take on it. Just like I don't go to Hollywood for their takes. If I want to hear,
yeah,
political
that's
pundits-
true. He is like talking more and more about politics
Yeah.
lately.
And
That was a big, that's what drove me away from Geeks and Gamers. Actually,
Yeah.
was all it's like, and I was like a really big I was like before a content creator, I was like a very big Trump guy, but it was too much even like for me, like the way like Jeremy Griggs was just like it was just too much. Like I just wanted to find out like if there's any way Star Wars could get better, and of
Yeah.
course I learned the hard way the answer to that. So I just
I'm
moved
with
to games.
I'm with the Master TDS. At least with Master TDS, he's always been consistent, so I can still enjoy his content.
He's a smart. Him and his wife are smart people.
Yeah.
Like they look at things that these other YouTubers don't really
Mhm.
do. Like they actually do research.
That's why I stick with them. They're I can't always watch them, but I always watch a replay. I've been a fan of theirs since probably almost as long as Geeks and Gamers.
Yeah, they're a great couple, great channel.
But I forgot I was going to go with them on that one. But I know there's going to be a lot of people. The fact that I insulted certain, the honor of certain YouTubers I didn't toe a line, that are going to tell me to go to hell. So since I have to go to hell, I might as well dive right into it. And what better way to dive into it than some Helldiver news?
Ooh, I did not know where that was going.
So, Helldivers 2 will remove the large build from Steam alongside the next patch on March 17, 2026 to reduce file sizes. Good for them. Also, I covered this news, and I'm not making another video on it, but I had 2 news videos. There was earlier this past week, a fan said that he would donate $1,000 to charity if the devs would play and beat difficulty 10 on Ocean, which people are having a lot of issues with. They didn't respond, but there's a small minute group of people that the community calls Glaze Drivers. The Lead Daddy Corporal Alone, I want to go pro and kind of thing. There's nothing wrong with Helldivers, like not like actual fans, but that that small community that tries to pretend like they are and they say everything is just skill issue, but they never show proof that they have skill. The tryhards. Anyways, they doxed the guy. He's not allowed to go back to his volunteer area. He worked on horses and stuff. Did death threats to his wife, his and his work's emails. But the CEO actually played the game and said, yeah, this is nuts. He played on D6 and D7. He couldn't do Ocean, but he tried his build, everything else. And my last video, I said his exact words when asked about the doxing, he says Helldivers should respect Helldivers. I will. The only reason I'm mentioning this right now is more news came out. They actually in their Discord made a full-blown statement on the whole issue, and I'm going to leave it at that. So everyone says, "Hey, you didn't cover this." Yeah, I'm not cover. I've already made 2 videos. I'm not one of those news that just keep falling down a news track. I just wanted to cover that charity. I found out what happened afterwards was disgusting, so I made the second one. And to acknowledge that they made a full statement, yeah, they did. I don't have it on me, clearly, because earlier the storm went out, so I lost the page. But yeah, so you'll get a smaller file size for your Helldivers build. But
That's
my question
messed up,
is,
though.
patches, D10 patches when? Yeah. If anyone wants to comment on it, y'all go right ahead.
Just seems wild. Just like how, like I'm not in the Helldivers community like at all. I hear from you guys, and I just think, okay, so someone was a little like tongue in cheek, proposed a challenge, and the diehards, the tryhards, or the something hards,
The small
said,
minority.
let's ruin his life.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, to be fair, this goes way back to early 2024. Especially the Glazier. There's a term called Glazer that's banned in both the Discord and our Helldivers Reddit. Glazer was for a majority term for those type of guys that were kind of toxic, that would gaslight you believing you're the toxic one, you're the problem. And you also had Baconator, who was a mod that said Helldivers was pretty woke. She's a community manager, which means she's paid by Arrowhead. They encouraged and fostered that kind of behavior for 2 years straight. And they've always protected the Glazers, the mods and CMs. So yeah, they didn't chastise the Glazers and Doctors too much. They went for a very neutral tone. But I was like, no, this is at this point in time where someone's life was threatened that was borderline criminal. Like a lot of people are saying, wondering if there's actual criminal accusations. And the fact that he came out and made a statement recently where he said he's done with the Helldivers. He's no longer to play it. Someone who just wanted to solve a problem in the community, find a neutral thing that was fun, entertaining, and could go for a great cause, gets attacked by the scum of the universe and ruins the game for him to where he leaves. How is that fostering a community? I bet you there are people that heard that news and left Helldivers for good. Just like with the PSN fiasco. I didn't play Helldivers after the PSN fiasco came out. Didn't go back to it until December, I think. November, December.
Where I still haven't gone back.
Yeah, I went back. What was fucked up was I went in there and since my account was active for so long or something, all my levels I gained, I was at level 123. All my levels were gone. I had to start back up. I'm at level 100 and I'm at level 100. I'm at level 45, I believe now.
So they like nerfed everything.
They nerfed a lot of stuff, and there's some things like I didn't have the mech. It did come out when shortly before I left. I didn't have the mech yet, but they nerfed some things, and the CEO actually said, "Yeah, this should not have been nerfed this bad. This beard's horrible." This, like, he acknowledged what the fans were saying, but at the cost of someone having removing himself from the game because of the toxic behavior of I'm again exaggerating numbers, but to show scale, 2 or 3 people compared to 10. For every 10 actual good gamers in the Helldivers community, there's at least 2 or 3 toxic people. And those ones there, you'll know, because if you don't have the right loadout, they will kick you out. If you don't have the right, if you don't do what they want, like for example, I used to do the scout. I go and get all the rares. I will help out if I'm nearby. But while everyone else that has better equipment are going to do another thing, I'm the lone wolf finding out the super rares and everything else, like the super credits, the medals, while also taking out the individual smaller areas that I can. And then I join with the rest of the crew. You'll get kicked out if you're not fighting what they want to do, this and that. So I don't play with those people, but the ones I do play with are I get people that come in, see that I'm trying my thing myself, drop in a couple of weapons and gear. Like they'll drop it, like someone dropped a mech for me because I was walking all around myself. Someone dropped in a couple of lasers before I had the laser cannons, like the quasar cannon, and then leave. And I would go and I take those things out, and it would help me out. They would actually just said they would actually send me a message, just dropping you some things for support and would leave. So then there were some that were stayed into the bitter end and had a good time. So the Helldivers community, I will say, was good, but Arrowhead needs to clean up its shit because gamers do love them. They do love the communication they have with them, but at the same time, the way they handle things also creates a love-hate relationship with the studio. It's one of the few studios I've seen that have a very active relationship with their user base. But moving on, unless someone wants to say anything.
I'm good.
But moving on, for those who have the Steam Deck, Solash 2, the game that has no gays in it that got attacked, has just been verified on Steam Deck.
Oh, the guy, that one that guy with the. I'm just thinking if that's the game.
He said, "It's
him.
It's
His game. Yeah,
the Rainbow Brigade came after him. He says it's not in his scope of his game, but he doesn't care if you."
Oh yeah, I know. I know all this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it got verified for the Steam Deck. Nice.
Yeah. So it shows that his game is just improved. They tried to get the game shut down and failed, and now it's got Steam Deck verification. So good on him. But yeah, he's also after what happened to him, he's also gotten attention from like Drums, Horror, and quite a few others. So that's a funny thing I'm going to point out is a lot of these devs are starting to look towards us YouTubers. Like, yeah, I'll mention mine in a little bit, but because we want to move on. But let's talk about Slay Every Spider 2.
Yeah, I played it. It's
so any
really
game
fucking
2,
good.
Yeah, I heard. It's great to get the Steam charts. Now I checked. All right. I checked the top sales. It's not showing up for Steam DB. All right, but this is just for everyone else to know. Resident Evil, up until March 3rd, so right when it came out, right? Resident Evil Requiem. Now I can't seem to pull up. It keeps giving me a freaking loading spire. But Steam DB right now, when I last checked before I went on live, was it like basically before it was before
500K.
Yeah, it got to 500K, but also I saw it once. I wish I did a screenshot on it. I saw it once showing they were number one. They beat Resident Evil Requiem and Marathon.
Mm-hmm. I think it still is. Here, I can even go to the sales charts.
If you
right
can,
now and refresh.
I'm having a problem doing the loading it up. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's showing a circle spot. I keep going in and refreshing it.
Okay. I'll try.
But while you're doing that, I'll see if I know I have another Slay the Spire.
Since you mentioned Slay the Spire 2, I just loaded up Steam. The front page of the recommended Slay the Spires 2 is top seller, the first bracket on there. So
yeah,
there you go.
Lavistro, can you show?
Yes, I'll bring it down and show yours. Okay, here we go.
Okay, so
yep. All right, yep, I was right. See, there we go. I knew I saw that on the number one.
Top seller over Marathon and Resident Evil.
Can I also point out that Arc
Crimson-
Raiders just beat Pug Undergrounds, which was number 4 last week, and then we have Crimson Desert at number 5 as a pre-order. It's not even out yet.
And then Icarus.
Yeah.
Do I have that? Because that's an older game, isn't it?
Well,
Yeah,
I know
I have that.
Poker Night at the Inventory is coming up as a new game because it was taken offline and it's re-released.
Oh yeah. I never did play that one, but the fact that the heavy was in is like, maybe I should check that out.
I need to find some time to get and play Arc Raiders. I'm just curious about the game.
Yeah, the only reason I've held off on buying it is because I heard there was this thing that the game was like reading people's Discord DMs.
I heard about that. I never got to verify. I saw it in a rumor mill, but I never got to see any verification of it. Some receipts or something.
But anyway, it made me hold off my purchase, but I am curious about trying it. I'd totally play it with you guys if we can, whenever you can. I know we just got to work it out with my schedule.
Mm-hmm. Just, the only thing I'm going to say is Arc Raiders normally I don't get because of PvP or PvP. But I'm willing to try it because like if I had the right crew, I don't mind doing PvP.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's one of those things. I did the beta test when it was free, and it's very much you can wander around and do your own thing. You don't have to PvP, but just know that people can and likely will PvP on you. So it's the sort of thing you have to really, if you want to go and do your own thing, you basically have to go like thief. You have to just sneak around and trying to avoid everyone if you're wanting to do PvE. So it is possible. It just adds another element of I need to fucking sneak around and make sure no one sees me.
Yeah. I will say this though. I just pulled a brain fart. I forget. I was going to say something profound and I just lost it. But oh no, here we go. I forget. I remember what it is now. I just got to see it on here. It's more it's from Destruct it's more news about Spire. Speaking with Destructoid's latest Spire dev and Mega Critic Games co-founder decries microtransaction, adding the company wants players to experience all of the same content. We're microtransaction haters. So if you're worried about microtransactions, they're not going to have it. Now I will say this. I'm for the most part usually against microtransactions. I'm against pay to win, but like depending on how it's implemented, like a skin or like war bonds, battle pass, extra items. I bought extra, building items on Conan Exiles. I bought extra building sets and skins. I bought the Bayonetta skin for the First Ascendant. I bought the war bonds for Helldivers, right? I like the outfits and the extra weapons. They don't give you an edge like pay to win does or anything. It's just more options. I was like, yeah, I don't mind this if it's fair and reasonable. And like with Helldivers, you can credit farm and never pay a dime. I credit farm every week when I do my personal orders every day. And I'm sitting at, just from this past week, 1,200 super credits. I could buy another war bond. Just saying. That's one thing I do respect about Arrowhead is at least they're not predatory about that. So
yeah, don't become Call of Duty.
Yeah.
If you do the micros, don't change your game mechanics to shove them in your face and fail essentially the player when they don't buy the stuff, i.e.
if you're like a server game, like a live service game, like a sandbox cozy game like Conan or something like that, you want to add more building sets, that's preferable to a DLC if it's a small thing. But don't make it like the thing. Don't make it like it's the only way you're going to win is if you have these items. When that starts happening, I guarantee you the gamers go from respecting you to leaving you. But if you're a single player game, and this is one thing so far is what they're saying, but this is this is Pearl Abyss. Pearl Abyss and BDO has microtransaction, but they're claiming Crimson Desert won't have a lot of that stuff, but they haven't actually said they're not either. So
but
there's a good
DLC microtransactions in Crimson Desert. That's the first I'm hearing about it.
Yeah, no, they said they weren't. I'm saying, but it is Pearl Abyss. They might find a way to add it. We will see.
Well, I mean, one's an MMO and the other's a.
Well, no, I'm just saying it's like I'm saying they're not doing it, but they haven't like explicitly said in any way, shape, or form that would make them a liar if they did do it. Is what I'm saying. If that makes sense. Like I'm waiting. Like I said, I'm stoked for the game. I'm waiting for it, but I also know how companies work. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to do it.
6 months down the road.
Yeah.
Oh, our sales are dipping. Let's open up a store.
Yeah, but no. So I'm just saying that's pretty base for them. So that's another way to support. If you like games that don't want to do microtransactions, that's why we're saying this out. They've actually came out and said no microtransactions.
Well, the game's already made its money and then some, like in just the release.
Mm-hmm. And this is where we bridge into another game that I know I like, and I promise this. I'm knocking on wood on this promise. I don't try to always cover Luminary. I do not always try to cover Luminary every time I get.
Lies! He is a Luminary fanboy. Burn him or something.
But it's. I mean, well, I could have chose any other character to represent indie. Like we do have the representation of AAA slop, and then we have a character from Luminary. So just pointing that out there. I mean, you're not wrong.
Not subtle.
But and I am trying to get them over for an interview. So there's that. But yeah, they congratulated Slay the Spire. Just want to point that out there. Devs supporting other devs. The people need to understand it's the AAA industry when in the 80s and early 90s. They actually used to do that, and it wasn't like a running through the motions or something you're supposed to. It was genuinely heartfelt. Like you didn't have to say it, but they said it anyways. But there's people that are well, I don't think this is the right one. I think it's the wrong one. They're getting a lot of support lately. I've been saying I wanted to cover their wish list. That's what reason why I'm doing this, right? It's kind of crazy. They out of roughly 100K games and Steams that are not released yet, we are ranked basically 1,472 on the top wish list. That's the top 1.5%. And they're excited about it. I think they've actually done fruit. It's like, I won't lie. There are some things that they had some glitches on the demos, and I did a video on it for a lower end PC. Like if you have an RTX 2060, for example, you're not going to be having a lot of fun with the game. You're going to have a lot of issues right off the bat. But they're always polishing it, and they're working on that. But if you have like a 5070, like I have right now, I think it's a 5070. I have to double check. But you're going to do a little better, and it's a fun game. All right. Plus, it's in Unreal Engine 5. So I just want to point this out here. I'll try to do it this way. Let's do it this way. Someone once said that ugly Unreal Engine 5 purposely makes female characters ugly. This game is made in Unreal Engine 5. And that I don't know about you, but that don't look ugly to me. So these characters don't look ugly to me. It's,
if anything,
it's
they
skill
look
and
like
intent, but they go ahead. You broke up on me.
Bring the screen down and pull up your background, because it reminded me of something.
If you start fapping, I'm going to fire you.
No. No, it reminds me of, it was like it's the early 2000s, the cover art for like a fantasy game, and they would use that as the description of the character for the art. Obviously, like the pixelated version wouldn't look like that, but that kind of character art would give you an idea of what sort of game you were going to be playing. So when I see that, I just think, this fits. This looks perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't what's on the left.
Yep. Anyways, congratulations to Luminary and Reflective Studios for hitting
Very nice.
25,000 wish lists. So that's the reason why I was covering, because I said I want to mention when they had the wish list and they have it at milestone. So I want to congratulate them with that. And how do you feel? Like we mentioned it before, but actually no. Before we mention that, they're getting a lot of Japanese support.
Ooh,
Shout out to
nice.
Japanese players.
Really?
I don't know how this happened, but yesterday Japan was the second highest wish list for Luminary. So yeah, United States is obviously the top because USA, but Japan's pretty based. United Kingdom, Germany, Canada, not so much. So yeah,
Who's other,
we're
I wonder. Antarctica, probably.
Asia,
Mm,
Iraq, Iran, Israel, all those other countries. The others. Welcome to the others. Nah. But there's some people actually being hyped that they're actually becoming actual fans of the game. But how do y'all feel about games physical merchandise? I'm not talking about like the actual games themselves, but like action figures, t-shirts, statues.
I miss it. I wish we
You
had
miss
more
it?
of it.
What about you, Dash?
What do I miss?
Muscle mommies?
Physical.
No,
Physical media.
No, not physical media, but physical merchandise based on games. So like statues, action figures.
You mean that's like all GameStop, like those that are left, sell is just physical merchandise and toys.
Yeah, but like actual, like not like the slop stuff, but the actual like stuff we used to be
Official
like,
stuff.
oh, we want this good quality stuff, not the stuff they have now.
Oh, what are you talking about, Lavistro? There is tons. Like ever heard of Good Smile?
I heard a good smile, but I see
I
my
think what he's-
GameStop merchandise.
I
Okay,
think
let me
what
just
he's
put it this
talking
way.
about- No,
Let's
yeah,
put it this
go
way.
ahead.
Like I saw, like there was like $70 Shadow.
Dash ruined it.
Yeah.
No, Dash ruined it. Dash ruined it. Dash ruined it. This is AI. He says this is what AI is for. But one of their fans said he would like to buy statues and action figures. He actually did an AI one on that. So yeah, like I'll say the well, the Expedition 33 had a big ass statue that was really fucking well done.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
They
I
have
think what I
merchandise,
miss-
but
What I miss is, like, I used to bring this out on my streams, was the big box of StarCraft Brood War that would have the guide of items and, oh, hey, Philip. The guide of, like, all the items and what they did and how you upgrade. And then it would also, this particular one included a giant Warcraft 3 poster, just because they could. And all kinds of other little stuff, and like, oh, subscribe to this, like little things they throw. I think that's what I mostly miss, is going through all that fun stuff in the
Yeah.
box.
like what I see nowadays when I say they have merchandise, is the merchandise is slot. Like, for example, oh, you buy this game, you'll get a medal with it, or a digital book and a digital soundtrack. And the medal
Yeah.
doesn't even look like wow, it just looks like a 3D printer type product.
Mm.
Like that's what I'm talking about. It's like they're not creative on it. I would love to see more statuettes or final figures. I would prefer this over a movie, because I know the movies are going to ruin it either way or shape or form. It's never going to be up to fan expectations. But
Luminary movie.
like this reminds me of my Lord of the Rings action figures from the movies. Those action figures were well designed, very detail oriented.
I forgot those were a thing.
I still have all mine.
Hey, I'm going to put something in the private chat, like as far as like game merchandise.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I'll put it up. So it's one of my older videos, just unboxing the Final Fantasy 16 like big collector's
Hey,
edition.
all right. Before you continue, I'm going to show it on screen. Okay, I'm going to show it on screen. But the second I get copyright struck from YouTube and it says Dash Attack Productions, I'm going to screenshot it.
Well, I don't even use.
What
I
a
don't
fucking
even.
fraud you are.
I don't even use that intro anymore.
No, just let you know.
Even,
If I ever get anything copyrighted and says it's from you, I'm coming after you.
Takedown request.
it's royalty free.
I mean, your intro is not bad. Oh wow, that is certainly game merchandise. Totally. Dash, you need to clean your front porch. Oh my god.
I don't even live there anymore.
Dash, your living room's atrocious. Holy cow.
A Keurig machine. What's your flavor?
Let me know if I move too far. Did I move too far or is it already unboxed? There it is.
No, go. Yeah.
So you got Final Fantasy Collector's Edition. Well, actually, do you actually zoom into that statue? Oh, you got a map. Look at that. Oh, just hold on. Wait. Is that the art book or is that the box? That's the box.
Oh yeah, they came with several boxes.
Holy cow. This is all as the one collector's edition?
Yeah. $350.
Whoa.
And with this box was designed by the like the guy who does the art, the logo art for Final Fantasy since the 80s.
The same
Oh,
guy?
Yeah, Amano.
Oh wow.
Oh jeez.
I have that box like in,
Yeah, see that
I had those same curtains.
I'm sorry. I know you published it, but I don't want to like humiliate your old room. It's like this is clean, this is tidy, this is nice. But let's see. Let me see if I can zoom in. You do got a nice little collection there, even though it's old. The map looks detailed.
Yeah, it's
This
the
is what I'm
entire
talking
game
about.
world.
Mm-hmm. This is what I'm talking about, like for collector's edition. This is what would make you want to pay for this type of stuff. It's
Those
well
are the
done, even the
icons,
simple
the
stuff.
pins.
Mm-hmm. These are all. Oh, that's a blur.
You don't have to. You're not going to get copyright.
Yeah, no, I'm just
struck.
trying to show the stuff that you were talking about. To be fair, right? These are all good quality stuff compared to what we get today, in my personal opinion.
Well, it was a very expensive collector's edition. I've got to get my money's worth on that.
Oh yeah,
I used
no.
my tax
Like-
write-off actually to. Yeah,
Well, yeah,
I used
no.
my
That's
tax
the beautiful
return
thing
to,
about being a streamer is every game we buy, every thing we do to promote our channels and stuff can be used as a tax write-off as a business expense. My X subscription is a business expense. My $8 Twitter subscription.
Yeah. So
my YouTube premium, so I don't get ads in the middle of our streams, is a write-off.
yeah, so it doesn't like, even though like Final Fantasy 16 has been ported to like Xbox, they never made like a physical of it. Like, so there's probably never going to be another collector's edition with this statue ever. So I am going to protect this thing for the rest of my life. It's still like it's in my room right now with a bunch of other of my like collectibles and figurines. And yeah, like I had the map, I have the pins, like there was those little banner things. And there were some in-game items that aren't even like distributed. Like mostly it's the sword from Final Fantasy 2.
Mm-hmm.
You get that's like collector's edition exclusive.
Yeah. And don't forget, guys, DragonCast is live right now. If you haven't
Yeah.
liked or subscribed, do that now. If you find our little conversations and railroading interesting, definitely show up for that. Oh, we
Railroading for
got
the win.
Yeah, I'll put a link if anyone
Hello.
wants to see the full unboxing. Just don't mind like how messy my apartment was like 3 years ago.
Oh, wait, look who showed up.
Hey, Sonia.
See, Karrus, I and Dash, I mentioned about how the Arrowhead needs to get onto their mods, right? In fact, one of my videos says they need to fire them and stuff, right? And get new ones. I want to talk because very few of my actual mods shows up. I haven't seen her on my stream since last year.
Hey, Mikey, how's it going?
You had a poop emoji? Oh, yep, you do. But yes, to be fair, you can't see it on screen, but Mikey just paid me $1 to give me shit. So
Literally.
Yeah, so if
Yeah.
you want to play any more, like look at the video, or like so I'm showing off the statue.
Yep. You can share that with the chat if you want.
Oh yeah, I put it in the thing already. Like,
Well, actually, before I do, because I didn't see the stream, how dare I? Make sure you also
nice. Thank you.
subscribe, hit that notification bell. It should be all. Hit that notification bell. Join.
Okay.
All right. And don't ever hit that button ever. Give them the full view time and share out on X. You can do it this way, like I do here. Well, you can't really see it, but I'm going to share it and you'll see it, and they'll say,
Post it on
fucking
Facebook.
awesome.
Nice. Thanks.
Share it on Reddit. Wait,
And
no,
then you
don't
just
share it
hit
on Reddit.
post. And share on your Discord.
Yeah, I'm
all that
hoping
stuff,
to
so
do
people see
a
it.
similar video when the Crimson Desert box comes.
Yep.
That one also comes with a map.
Oh, jeez. Okay, question. Since this was something that was brought up in a previous one, has anyone seen the hype button? Because I have yet to see the hype option in any
I've seen
video
it on
stream.
the mobile phone.
Okay.
Sometimes it
I will
shows
look for
up,
it there.
sometimes it doesn't, but it's usually for small end creators on the mobile phone.
Okay.
I've occasionally seen it on Hypnos. So I don't know what they mean by small content creators, since Hypnos like at 100K now. So I'm like, well, then what's the small content creator?
Yeah.
Like no
Are
hate
we-
on Hypno. I'm just saying it's like he's got 100K and you said
Some of
small
my
content
videos
creator.
get hit with the hype button sometimes.
Yeah. See, I would hit hype, but there's no hype. I can clip it. I can do things, which I can't right now. I can press this forbidden button that hurts content creators because we need the watch hours. It'll summarize the video for you. That's what it'll do. But
I sometimes just do that after I watch the video, or I use it on one of my videos to see if it gets the full context.
yeah, when I tested out with asked with my Crimson Desert one where I said dragons like 76 times. And it said, this video is about Crimson Desert, a game that's fully about dragons. There's a lot of dragons in the game, so much that the speaker, who's a dragon, loves dragons because it's getting this game because it's all about dragons. Like literally, that was the exact text. I just busted out laughing.
And now he's filling up the quota in this stream by saying dragon as much as possible, which we fully support.
I will say this. I'm going to give Rich Walker another shout out. Remember when games were just fun, no politics, no hidden agendas, no real drama, just turning it on, escape for hours, and forgetting about everything else. That's why I built Rich Walker, to bring back that feeling. Now, one thing I will point out, if I haven't already, is that while they both teamed up to work on each other's games, Reflective Studios with Luminary and Rich Walker here, they both lost their jobs, but instead of going to welfare and saying boo-hoo and I can't find a job with these tough times, if anyone's looking for whatever their previous job was, look me up on Blue Sky, they said, no, I'm gonna make my own video game. And when we look at this, it's like we've talked about before, but the reason why I'm shouting these type of industries, these people, I say, they know they get what the market wants. They don't want politics from either side. They don't want hidden gems. They don't want no real drama. They just want an escape, and they're promising that. Now, whether they deliver on that remains to be seen, but I think they're in the right path. So, follow Rick Walker. He pays me a lot of money. Speaking of which, if I was, I had to answer this. I was told to answer this question. If I was sent to a deserted island, I could only bring one item, Rick Walker or Luminary. Which would it be? I chose, to be perfectly honest, I chose a Based.
That okay.
Now, here's what this is what I mentioned earlier, right? About playing the games you want to criticize. Archcast, I don't know if he actually did. He says he did. I haven't been able to follow him for a while. Like, I'm subscribed, so I just haven't been able to watch much of his content. He says, much to my personal pain, I played it, and I say, save yourself 30 minutes. Clicking the left mountain button whilst your camera is buried in an ugly lesbian's ass is not quite the peak of gaming. So, yeah, that's that 1348 that got mad that Nice Path got attention. They were like, if you weren't whining about it, people would give you attention, but you got jealous that Nice Path and Indie Dev got all the attention. It's because they don't want a butch ass character, but you will still get somebody if you actually give a shit about it. Like, Nice Path was minding its own business, is my point. Mm-hmm. So, but I just wanted to get shout out that yes, because I know someone's gonna be like later on saying, "Oh, Lavistro heard that you give shit to all these other people." There's people that actually play the game and test it out. I was like, yeah, there's people that actually test it out, and there's people that hate play it.
I have not really heard any good word of mouth about this game. I think people did give it a chance. I did love that crossover art between it and Knight's Path, but really, like I said this before, it looks like the game was everything people were saying it was.
Yeah,
it really was like the hood, and it's. I mean, like they clearly most of the games with Jennifer English hire her because of her acting, and this one just hired her because she was gay.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like they pushed that so much. They weren't. I'm not gonna say they weren't passionate about game. I'm pretty sure they thought they had lightning in a bottle. All right, but there are some people that
too much. It's too much.
Yeah, there's some people that could have wanted this game. Like, they could have gotten the LGBTQ, which is a very niche. Like, even amongst gaming, is a very small minority of people, right? To be perfectly fair, but to be perfectly fair, also Dragon gamers are a very small minority of VTubers. Just to be fair, but I'm saying is that Artcast at least played the game, and I don't think he played it to hate play it.
Oh yeah, he plays like a bunch of different games. Like he actually will look into things. It's so funny. I was watching Leon's stream and he was reacting to an Arch video, and it was just telling me just how much this guy is such a closet furry and brony. It is hilarious.
Artcast?
Oh, absolutely. You should see some of his lore videos on My Little Pony. He is a closeted literally I saw he pulled up a thumbnail of Arch had a persona.
Oh, by the way, we got to do this again.
Are you saying you want out? Fine, you don't want to be part of this? Then just sign right here. No, you didn't read it! This says we don't ever have to let you out and then we can do whatever we want! Damn it, why won't it read?
One more thing.
I'll see something else on analysis. Dorian sent a super chat ticker, and I gotta check it. I accidentally closed the wrong box, but I'm checking it right now. He sent some gifted subs on the Rumble side. Yes, we are live on the YouTubes and the Rumbles, but sadly, we only do DragonCast on Rumble. We stopped doing the streaming on there because it was just fucking ridiculous for me. I just got mad and decided I'm not gonna deal with it. But hold on, we'll double check that.
But yeah, about
Yeah,
Arch.
he gifted one gifted sub over on Rumble. It's not showing up on StreamYards, but I just went on Rumble to double check. So whoever got a gifted sub, congratulations.
Yeah, so on Leon's stream, so apparently Arch admitted that he read Milking Farm.
Oh,
Oh, and not only that, but there apparently are sequels, and he read those sequels.
I didn't need to know
for
that,
research.
man.
well, I mean, I can understand. I could. That just means he's thorough fruit. Doesn't mean he's a closet furry. But I think he's actually admitted he's a furry. I've actually heard him say. I actually know he's a scaly, because he said, if I wasn't gay, I would totally get.
Oh no,
beat by
I'm sure
Lavistro in
he's a
heartbeat.
straight degenerate. Like, you know, I can tell from one degenerate to another. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
No, I'm trying to tell you what he
because-
said. Gosh, I'm trying to tell you what he said. He said he was watching this one dragon VTuber, this one purple dragon VTuber, and he said, if I wasn't straight, I would totally let myself get D'd by that purple dragon's big dick.
He did not say that.
How dare you talk about Barney like that?
No, he didn't say that. But no, I think I one thing I want to say is I really do respect Artcast. Like with Hypnotic and a couple others, I actually do respect, even if I disagree with him at times. It's because Art really does, like you said, he follows through with things. He's thorough. So
Yeah, he's got integrity. It's not just like slop. Like, you know, no offense to some of our like friends in the YouTube like community, but like, you know,
well, they used to also be thorough, and that's my problem.
yeah, they kind of like but then they just started chasing the algorithm, chasing the clicks, chasing the rage. And, you know, I think it's valid criticism of certain like people in the community. I really do. Like, you know.
Yep. I just lost 12 viewers from that, and I've also lost. I'm looking at my screen.
And you're all going to blame it on me.
I went from 575 to 573. So, and I'm pretty sure that's not from your fault. It's just me, air quotes, bashing certain streamers or whatever. Which I'll be like, yeah, I said it. I don't care. Prove me wrong. Don't just say you always do it. Prove me wrong.
Oh, hey, Lavistro, you know you've made it big when you start feuding with other channels. That's how you know you made it, dude.
Yeah, or you get featured. I got featured quite a few times.
Yeah.
A couple of times on Gothic Therapy, where they saw me like, oh, yeah, I was watching your video the one time. Or they would see my thing like, oh, I remember avoiding some things about Lavistro. I was like, look, Bob, we made it. We're the Piglies now. We got featured on Gothic Therapy or some other thing. It was hilarious. But anyways, moving on.
Before we move on, can I hop in? I wanted to make a final thought of, I feel like we are entering a small, I guess you call it season, where there is a lot of Renaissance era games coming out. You mentioned Knight's Path. They're blanking my brain, but go through your synopsis, your repository, and think of all the Renaissance era Dragon-esque, like those high fantasy era games that are coming out either nowish or in the next 6 months to a year. They're all in the same area, and you just have to know that some are going to be good, some are going to be great, and some are going to be fucking balls shit garbage. And we can't stop it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So we're going to see all of it. And
just like
not all of them are
AAA
going to
does
succeed.
slop, is what I'm saying, is what I'm thinking you're saying. Just like we see AAA slop, there's going to be indie slop.
Yes, there's going to be indie slop. And we're seeing it unfold right in front of us, unfortunately. It doesn't mean the developer deserves to fail. They need to go back to the drawing board maybe and try again. That's would be my recommendation.
If you like the game,
I think people are going to get sick of indie games and go back to AAA.
like one of my viewers, when we were criticizing Assassin's Creed Shadows last year, one of my viewers said he's getting Assassin's Creed Shadows and he doesn't care what anyone says. I was like, you know what? Mad respect. We told you. I never tell people don't buy this game. I just tell you this is why I'm not buying it and why I don't recommend it, right? But I never tell people don't buy this game. just
Honestly,
because
I
it's
would have
not.
got it for the ninja. Then they gave a free copy to his son Piker, and I'm like, fuck that shit.
So if Reflective gets a free copy of Luminary to Son Piker, would you buy it? What about Crimson Desert?
He already got it.
I don't think Hassan is even going to fucking touch that game.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll call it out for there being not enough diversity or messaging or something like the playable orc isn't diverse enough.
Yep.
Or
And
the
then
woman.
do we have Nikam? Now Nikam makes a lot of racing games, but they also make some pretty good games. They're the creator of RoboCop Unfinished Business and Rogue City. They're also the owners of Spiders that did Greedfall as well, and they're having Greedfall 2. And yes, they had a studio that I can't remember the name of it, but they had it was an SBI game. The studio did Golem and also had a Case, which was done with SBI, but it was not with Nikam. Like Nikam owns them, but the backlash they went all the way up to Nikam, and they actually the studio that did have the SBI game actually severed ties with that company. And this I did a whole video on it, so you could watch the whole context. But just to briefly talk about it, Nikam filed for insolvency and it got approved, right? But long story short, their parent company, the banks refused to send funds, so they couldn't pay their employees. So the com couldn't pay its employees, so they had to file for insolvency until to get a plan to work it out in 18 months, an 18-month plan. So there's a sale going out right now of the Con games that's from the Con itself on Steam that has games 50 to 90% off. So if you wanted that RoboCop game, now's the time to get it. I got quite a few games on sale.
Oh, let me see.
Yes.
Is
Some go as far down as $2, I think. In fact, one of the games
all I see is a Women's Day sale presented by our favorite Studio Wings.
No. Type in the Con. NACON. Or you could do what Karrus did. Store.steampowered.com.
Oh, yeah. Here it is. There's the banner. Nacon Publishing Sale.
Yeah.
Ooh, hey. Oh, I forgot I got Hell Is Us already.
Yeah, I'm getting that game. I did get the DragonCast. It's got mixed reviews. It's kind of like a Diablo style gameplay. So there's that. But yeah, they got if you want to get some good games, and one of the games I'm going to recommend is from the Con. So there's that. I think they end the sale on March 11th. So there's that. But I always consider them like one of the powerhouses of AA.
I hope Greedfall 2 survives.
The entire RoboCop collection is less than $12. Has 3 games. Go get it.
You heard him. I never tell you should get this game, but Karrus will. I highly recommend
for
$12.
You can,
yeah.
Well,
for $12. Yeah.
They got Werewolf for $2.
Well, we know you love your furry games.
Hell, I'll get a furry game for $2.
Yeah. Then I'll go buy you Nazi furry, Karrus.
Damn. Ooh, this is weird.
Oh,
Now,
there it
saying
is. So I
they-
did have
they-
it, but yeah, there's the clip for that.
Are
one.
you sure they did this sale because of the financial thing?
Yeah. Because it was around the same time. Because they shut their stocks down. The stocks went back up on March 4th. The approval was March 2nd. Around the time I made my Nikon video. And they said they postponed an Nikon event to May, where they showcase their games. They're still working on Greedfall 2 and all those other ones. But part of the reason I'm going to point out is there are unions at Nikon. Nikon has been ignoring their own unions for the most part because they have a socialist backing. Like they say they're there to help improve the industry, but they consider Nikon and upper management as people who profit from the labor of others.
Who said this?
It's in my video, but the union that runs in a couple of Nikon's groups, like they're not just in Nikon, they're one of the biggest unions in France that are also in the gaming industry. And they've also said, like, to make games better, they want open borders and
how is that going to make games better?
Exactly. You're in the whole web page. Like I talk about my video, SVJT or something like that. They say they're a games union, which they are legally under French law, but they do politics under guise of unions. But just like Solaridates Informatique, that basically helped make crunch culture worse in Ubisoft Paris and contribute to DDR4, Dance Dance Revolution 4, as one of the worst cases of crunch culture and gaming, not just Ubisoft, but gaming history. The very union that promised that the workers that they would make it better made it worse.
Wow.
Just pointing that out there. But speaking of Ubisoft, Assassin's Creed's next game is darker narrative-driven experience set during a pivotal historical moment. It's that unique, darker narrative-driven Assassin's Creed experience set in a pivotal moment in history. I believe that's Hex. Now, the guy that ruined it is gone. It took over during the time period where everyone agrees it was bad, it was horrible. Like I talk about, I have a video on it. I can't remember the name of it. I don't care anymore. But I'm going to say, even if they have Yves' son running that area, Ubisoft is done. It's cooked. It's over. You'd have to get rid of you. Not only you have to get rid of Yves Guillemot and have those other people that were wanting to do that, basically contributed to digital rights infractions and issues with players get your own game since 2009 and Uplay. You have to get rid of those people, but you now have to get rid of the union as well, which Ubisoft's done, in my view. There's no saving it.
What's happening with the union now?
Oh, the union has always been doing politics.
Yeah.
Is what I'm getting at. But I'm saying Ubisoft, now not only do you have to get rid of Yves Guillemot and have the management since Uplay, you have to get rid of the union to save Ubisoft, and that's just not going to happen, even with the restructuring. I don't think there's any saving this company.
I don't know. Close. People were very disappointed by the Rayman re-release.
Really?
Yeah, because they didn't preserve the music. It has completely different soundtrack. Even the mod retro version that I got.
Probably because they couldn't regain the rights or some shit.
Yeah.
Which is not their fault, music rights and all that stuff. It's not their fault. But the quality control of their products and how they're trying to control everything, that's on them. In my personal view, they're the origin story of all this for games. But anyways, moving forward, I think Assassin's Creed Hex is going to suck. I think Ubisoft is cooked.
Assassin's Creed Hex. Is that still happening?
Yeah, still happening apparently.
So. It sounds like basically the pagan era. Like they're just throwing all kinds of pagan stuff in. It's going to be like the thief of Assassin's Creed.
I don't know. I'm just so like removed from the entire Assassin's Creed story. I used to love how it all linked together, and now like I don't even know what's going on with the those that came before and the gods and I don't know what happened with Minerva, like all that all that cool lore and shit. I just feel like all of it. What?
It all ended with 3.
Yeah, then why are it's just I don't know, like that was what made Assassin's Creed great, was that lore. It kind of like tied
Assassin's Creed was never great. It was full of strife, racism, and alt-right agendas.
What?
And it was great.
Yeah.
I remember solving the George Washington puzzle
when
in 2, and like my mind was blowing. Like, oh my god, he has the apple.
Can we come up with a new phrase? Maka, make Ass Creed great. No, how would you Maka?
Make
Ass Creed.
Make it say
Ass Creed. There we go. Ass Creed. Okay. Hey, Eroge devs, I know this was probably gay,
make Ubisoft
but I want
great
to
again.
see a parody game called Ass Creed. I want to see this. Like, I will never play it, but I will definitely buy the game and get it to someone.
Oh,
to
yeah.
play.
Didn't they sign on to a Netflix show for Assassin's Creed? I remember that.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the parody Ass Creed.
I just know, like, I will forever say Ass
awesome.
Creed because Belly the News started off one of their videos. Michael just said, "Oh, we all love Ass Creed now, don't we?" And I was like, "Well, thanks, Michael. That's forever burned into my memory."
Yep. Now we're I forgot this one, but we're coming into the gaming news. Before we do though, this was one luminary I forgot to add in there because everything's all mixed up. I'm sorry, gaming news, upcoming games, but Luminary says I added this banner to the top of my game description on Steam for Luminary. What do y'all think? Share it around if you think more games need to be upfront about this bad stuff. He puts out his wish list number. He has a positive demo review. He's okay with modding. You can mod it. He has no DRM. He has no microtransactions. And no gacha system. That's what he put on there. You think more games should do that?
This kind of goes back to something we talked about before of the checklist, which I think I mentioned that I was kind of against checklists. So I'm a little on the fence. I can see the pros on this, but my brain is also potentially seeing the cons of only allow, like, if a game only fits in these narrow areas that it's called a game. But this is a good start. Like, this on top of whatever else you're advertising, I think this is a good start.
I think it should be more like an unwritten rule instead of an enforced rule. Like,
yeah,
like you do it to be transparent for your customers. Kind of like how they said, like because the EULA and DRM, I think that should always be a requirement that this has DRM. But microtransactions, that's not because Steam allows microtransactions. I think we said that before, but they don't allow predatory or actual gambling microtransactions. So like gachas allowed. There's a lot of gachas on Steam, but the gachas can't be predatory or illegit gambling. The ones that do aren't allowed on Steam. They've actually been banned already. But the reviews, the wish listing, the modding, that I think that's something should be transparency that, you know, a studio should want to do themselves. And I would have more respect if they did that. I would have more respect for that because it tells me what one of the key things I want to know. Yes, I want to know your game, but I'm also going to want to understand how many people like your game, how many people have wish listed your game. Can I mod this game and not have you come after me about it? You know, like it's the way he's saying is like, yes, but for the Steam rules, we technically don't own our games because of the licensing. But he's like, yeah, I acknowledge Steam has a license. You can only play it on Steam, but when you buy it, I'm not adding an extra EOLA saying you agree you don't own this game. So if I can mod this game, that means that it's my copy of his game. I could do whatever I want to it. I can make everybody modern women. I can make everybody be demons and all kinds of fucked up shit. So I just thought I'd point that out there before we continue on. So this is for Dash and actual anime lovers out there. Bandai Namco announced Sword Art Online Echoes of Encade, a single-player action RPG where you play as a nameless player trapped in Encade.
Yeah, so apparently you don't have to watch the anime to play this. It takes place outside of the anime, which is good because I kind of hate the anime.
Actually, can you, since you're familiar with it too, can you cover this real quick? My dog's about to pee on the floor. I just got.
Yeah, so someone told me is that you don't like the characters from the anime aren't in it. I personally kind of do not like the Sword Art franchise because I think the protagonist is a Gary Stu. Have you seen any of it, Karrus?
I've heard of Sword Art Online. I have unfortunately not caught any of it, but I am familiar with
yeah, the premise is like, this guy made an MMO. Like, he made this new game, but he trapped everyone in it.
Very cool.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, between each episodes, like, the protagonist, he'll like, you see him at the start, but then, like, he'll grind off screen, and then he's suddenly super overpowered, and, like, because he's solo leveling and stuff like that, where he's just, like, grind, and he's just, I just think he's a total Gary Stu. It's, like, too much of, like, it's not good storytelling, in my opinion. Yet it's somehow insanely popular. This franchise.
Yeah, isn't it like a decade old or more?
Yeah, the anime came out when I was in high school.
Yeah, it's just one of those that I completely. I knew it was like there existing, but I was like, maybe I'll get to it someday. And then
I think it's just severely overrated. I don't know, like, if some of the other Sword Art stuff, because they've made so many spin-offs of the original, like, but like the original concept was that this developer, for some reason, created this game and then trapped like everyone who played it into this world.
That's some dedication.
Yeah. Like his motives, I'm sure, like, you learn more about his motives like towards the end, because I'm guessing he's like the final boss.
Oh,
yeah, but no, it sounds cool. It sounds cool. I just don't like the protagonist. I just think that protagonist, like, how they, like, the character development is just not good. It's missing shit.
Okay.
Yep. I do apologize for that. My dog was about to.
Yeah, so that was just me just shitting on Sword Art Online, and people have backed up my opinions on Sword Art Online and why I dropped it. So if anyone's a Sword Art Online fan and you hate that I'm shitting on it, I apologize. I couldn't get into it.
You can go ahead and send me an unlike. That's still engagement for me. Still puts me out in the algorithm. I don't care. You can unsub for me if you want. I would be sorry to see you leave because I had one of my past edition opinion. But if you're a Dash Attack fan and a Sword of Light fan and you feel offended by it, go ahead and unsub from him and give me your subscription. That way you still see Dash, but you don't have to support his takes on Sword Art Online.
Is that would that be sub laundering? You're just like moving.
No, I wouldn't call it sub laundering. I'll call it what it is.
He's encouraging people who offended about me trashing the Sword Art Online.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm mostly this game could be good. I'm just like, I'm trashing the core series, like, the thing that, like, got it all started, which was like the original story of Sword Art Online.
Yep.
before they like got into spin-offs and other games, like, because it is technically sort of an isekai, like, it kind of actually spurred the isekai like craze that's still going on right now.
Yeah. Well, we're getting to the upcoming games that was announced. And one, I guess we'll start. Where did I put it here? Because I don't have the glasses on. Is this one? I did a video on it yesterday, and it does actually responded. So I invited him on to DragonCast. We'll see if they come on. But
Yes.
For all you Bible lovers out there, The Abyss is a new Bible-inspired ARPG with a leper smiting giants in the antediluvian world, which means before the flood. But basically, it's basically from inspired from like Shadows of Mordor, Gothic, and the Count of Monte Cristo. And
Nice.
the way the combat with giants is, people don't realize, like, people believe in the Bible story, David killed Goliath with one stone. No, he knocked Goliath out with the stone and then proceeded to use Goliath's own sword to sever his head, which is what you have to do to kill the giants here. You knock him down, and as you see, he has a blade on his back to do the final attack.
I did not know about the sword.
Yeah. A lot of people, like, one thing I noticed with Niche Gamer, and well, I'll just put it out here real quick. We'll just give me
I know you are very well read on the Bible.
So people can see what I'm talking
Lavistro.
about.
Like you.
When I wanted to cover this, and I usually
No, I was just complimenting just like how well read you are on the Bible.
yeah, I like reading. And when I was an atheist, I knew a lot about the Bible, so I could combat Christians. That was very interesting. But here's their article. I just want to show something. This is their own words, okay? And they say, here's a rundown of Game Pleasant's first screenshot and reveal trailer. This is literally word for word, and Jamatsu did this as well, from their page. This is all from the Steam page, and I'll show it.
Jeez.
This is 1,200 words. Which
That's
I actually
long for an Niche Gamer article. Oh, so you think they just copy and pasted?
They copy and pasted from the Steam page. So the only thing that was original, and I'm not saying this to bash Niche Gamer, I'm saying I expect more from you, because I usually get my upcoming gaming news from Niche Gamer that I'll read about on stream, right? But when you go to the Steam page, right, via Steam, let me pull that up real quick, because I don't have it here. The base, word for word, is theirs. Just cut and paste.
Wow.
I actually said in my video, I didn't think the devs would watch the video, but I said, if I had any advice for the devs, turn this 1,200 word essay into a streamlined premise about your game, 600 words or less, by half.
Yep.
Also, my only concern was, because I like the game, and I acknowledge the curse of Christian games being like horrible, very preachy and stuff. If you look at the screenshots of the game, it's just the trailer. This is all in the trailer. So, like,
Yeah,
give me something different.
You can tell they just freeze framed in the editor and took snapshots.
Yeah. So they actually responded. Maybe I'll bring that up real quick. Just give me a second. But go ahead and give me your thoughts on it. I'm always curious people's thoughts, because it is a Christian game. We don't normally cover Christian games because they usually suck. And I'm a Christian saying this. But
Dante's Inferno didn't suck.
Which one?
Dante's Inferno from Visceral.
Oh yeah, there's that. Dante's Inferno, but they did. I'm talking about actual, like, biblical games. Dante's Inferno was a game based on Christian undertones, kind of like Lord of the Rings and stuff. Lord of the Rings didn't suck, but no, they actually responded here. Let me zoom in a little bit more.
Yeah, I get it wasn't biblically accurate, but
yeah,
it was still fucking badass.
But no, that's the point. It was. That's one of my favorite games. But this is from the studio. Hi, Lavistro. Thank you for your very interesting analysis and comments about trailer and game. We also appreciate the effort and engagement you put into preparing the video. We're really glad that Base caught your interest, and we'll do our best not to disappoint the expectations. So clearly, I gave them an invite to the show. So if they want to talk about their Christian game and how it's going to be different from what I call the curse of Christian games, we'll
Like
see.
Noah's Ark 3D.
But I was
Or
also
3D Noah's Ark.
I kept saying they should have a demo, and the reason was that throughout the whole gameplay, since I don't want to do the trailer over and over again, I was playing Spiritual Warfare for the NES, which is also on Steam.
That's good. I think this game could be really good. It looks really interesting. The art style really looks fantastic. It doesn't look like as we were talking about, it doesn't look like an asset flip. There's a lot of what would it be? There's a lot of atmosphere in there. I like the choice of colors. They didn't do the color vomit. They didn't just take the whole color wheel and just pour it on screen. Each scene has a very specific use of colors, even though there's a hilarious rainbow in there, but I know why that's there. It's a weather. But I think...
No, because they were promoting LGBTQ propaganda.
Yes, exactly. I think this could be really good. The combat looks interesting, like something that I would actually enjoy. Sometimes when you get these games that are religious based, like the combat or the gameplay in general can just take a back seat because the dev wants to push a thing at you. But this looks very much like the religious component itself kind of took a back seat to the visuals and the story and the gameplay. And so I'm looking forward to it.
To me, it's kind of like Assassin's Creed. Like in Assassin's Creed, you're playing in a historical world. Like these events did happen historically. It's like a work of historical fiction. You see the events play out, but it's not giving you a history lesson. You're just playing a character in that world. That's what this strikes me as. You're playing in a biblical world. You're seeing the events of the Bible play out. Because like the way the sling is done, that's literally how archaeologists believe David used, or even ancient armies back then used the slings. That's believe how they used it. So there's that. Plus, I like the idea that you have. They used to do this in RPGs, where if you have a curse, like if you're a spellcaster, you might have an affliction, like a flaw. And here you're a leper. You have to constantly keep control of your leprosy, but it's part of also the moral system. Like if you don't take care of your leprosy, you'll get or you go feral, as it calls, instead of evil, it's feral. It's like devoted or feral. It kind of reminds me of the Knights of the Old Republic when they said you could be good or evil. Remember how we were with that? Like, oh, I could be a Sith Lord and have Force lightning. How many times have we, because we were always playing as the Jedi, how many times have we actually tried to give the Sith a chance? It was like, I just want to do the Force lightning just once. I want to be evil just once, and it was really fun. Here in a Christian game, the Christian games don't give you that option. Here they're giving you that option. So I'm like, okay, this is not going to be, this promises not to be preachy. I'm going to choose my words here. Promises not to be preachy. I didn't want to ask to base this because I didn't want to sound like I expected or anything. But if a base gave me a demo key and let me say what I want to say about it, I would definitely stream it. If I couldn't stream it for some reason, I'll definitely play it, record it, and give my thoughts on it for people to see. Nice. And I would do that in a way where I'd be like, okay, I like this, I don't like this. I would not be doing a Jeff Keighley thing where every game's a 9 out of 10 just because I'm a Christian and it's the Bible. I'm I wouldn't say one of the few Christians, but one of the few Christians that knows my stuff when it comes to the Bible, that is not going to give a 10 out of 10 to a game just because it's a Christian or faith-inspired game.
Oh, no, you're actually going to grade the product objectively. Like, the thing is, Angel Studios has really, raised the bar on, religious entertainment, or entertainment with religious themes. Because, we're now no longer, in God's Not Dead territory. We're actually making, The Chosen has gone on for, 4...
Oh. Chosen is real good.
My mom keeps telling me to watch it.
It's real good. It's real good. Like they put a lot in there without. It's like a show don't tell. Yes, they do mention Bible verses, like whatever Jesus says is based on the Bible, is biblical. But at the same time, it showed like the very first season, they show how like even Peter, like the one who's at the gates, right? That Peter, the fisherman Peter, how he was flawed. His marriage was having problems and stuff. Like every last one he picked were having issues. It shows you Mary of Magdalene, the one that some people try to claim that was his like side hustle or whatever. Some people try to claim that. Yeah. How she was they show her as a prostitute and a demon and being tortured every day, and then how Jesus saves her. They talk about Nicodemus, the one who asked them about what it means to be a Christian, all that stuff. And it's not like preachy. It's just a story, and it's I actually liked it. It was really well done compared to some others who are like, we must harp on this message. We must harp on, even DEI does that. I think DEI copied off of Christianity in that way. It's like, we must harp on the message.
I know, like, I know God's Not Dead is really like shoehorned in your face, like kind of like almost obnoxious, like almost like how they like they literally like punish like and kill the atheist professor at the end of it.
Well, they had to give the message that even he could be saved. I'll give
that's
them that,
true.
I'll
give it that. I understand.
I will say, I will agree. It was a lot. There were some things that were forced in that were like, wait a minute, why are you mentioning this too much? Like some of it didn't feel natural. If you want to talk about natural Christian entertainment, Adventures in Odyssey, the cartoon series, they would mention like how they sometimes they have a prayer that they'll reference something, but you hear the story, and then they give you the Bible verse as a lesson. Or VeggieTales. VeggieTales is another one.
Oh yeah, I never grew up with the VeggieTales, but like that seems like very good, wholesome programming.
It was Sunday morning values, Saturday morning fun. When you put the fun first in a game or entertainment, you can say all the message you want. Like here, they show a lot of visual storytelling. In here,
they also show something else. That while you've been talking, I've been watching the way this character runs, and I wonder if this is going to be a mechanic. Not only is he a leper, look when he runs, this guy's got a serious limp.
Yeah, like he's a leper.
Mocapped a serious limp, and as someone who had a bad limp, because I had a knee injury for many years and took a lot of therapy, like I've walked like that. That's really interesting to mocap into your character. So I wonder if there's going to be some expansion upon that.
Well, I think there is, but you got to remember he's a leopard. It goes over your whole body, which is serious issue back then. Like it's also something the Bible used a lot to talk about as an analogy between sin and redemption. So, because sin is unclean. This is the video of my thing. Like that's why they always have to say unclean, 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 right? But when they went through the redemption arc, they were cured of their leprosy. There was no more, even in the New Testament. So I think we're going to see that in there. But I'm thinking it's quite promising. I'm still a little reserved because I've been burned by a lot of Christian games that I thought was going to be like. I even thought Spiritual Warfare, even as a kid, I had to play as a kid. I even thought that was going to be fun. But every now and then I would end up trying to avoid the angel that bumps into me, and then I have a pop quiz like. Fill in the blank here in the middle of a game. I'm like, seriously? You think I want to play a game and you give me a pop quiz? It's like it reminded me of Math Blaster and all those things. Like Oregon Trail was the only education game I played that I actually enjoyed. I learned about the Oregon Trail as I was as I died for dysentery. Just
specifically dysentery.
Yeah, I didn't diss anyone else but Terry. And I didn't even know who he was, but apparently I died from dissing him.
What did Terry do
wrong?
Yeah,
Tyler. Welcome, Kyle Saber. And thank you again. Also, Kyle Saber does he streams games around noon, and he's a part of Faz Inc. So yeah. Anyways, continuing on because we're falling a little behind, and that's on me. I set the bar too low. Wigman on X stated, potential investor told us to change the gameplay so it would be like the Trinity RPGs. We refused and kept developing Wigman. In total, it took us 6 years to finish. Now, I believe I have Wigman. I'm not 100% sure. I've gotten a lot of games gifted to me, and I think this is one of them. But it looks pretty nice aesthetically.
Wow.
But they chose to do their own thing. Whatever, I do what I want than what some potential investor wanted. I think the results speak for themselves. It looks nice. If I don't, I'm gonna have to double check if I have it. If I don't have it, I'm gonna get it, and because I want to support that behavior, and then I'll play it and say if I liked it or not. But
My brain
what do you
thought
guys think?
Magicka, which I loved Magicka when it came out. I never could find anyone to play with, but it had this isometric view, but it was like close up, and you had multiple people. But I thought back to that, and I think this could be really fun to play with. Is it multiple people? I need to check.
We'll have to find out.
Yeah, no, it just looks like another crafting game. I'm just kind of burned down on those.
That's fine. We know what you like. I seen your library. Nazi furry lover.
I was gifted that game. I tell you.
I actually made that up. I did not know if you actually have it.
People send it to me as a joke. People sent it to me as a joke.
I'm gonna, now that I know you love Nazis and furries, I'm gonna send you Hitler Loves Anime.
I do not. I will start rejecting those games like now just on principle. Like I won't even accept them for the joke.
Well, you got to play Loves first, and then you got to play Hates after. Because there's both, as I've learned.
Yeah, you gotta play this. I don't know which one's the sequel. Yeah, there's two of them. Yeah. And me, I like people that, how do you know about this? Well, I have a friend that likes to give me degenerate games as a joke from our army days about if I'm not going to be a Christian, because if I was, I can't play erotic games. And he keeps gifting them to me. I think I've said that story many times. But also, one of the days I go find interesting games is I actually go look on Steam, and sometimes I just type in a couple of letters to see what comes up. And sometimes I wish I never did that. There are some games I wish I never learned existed. And there are some games that I wish I never learned existed, get gifted to me, and then I'm like, okay, this is not as bad as I thought it was going to be. It's still pretty bad, and the name is pretty bad, but like I'm not gonna, if I explain how normal it is, it's gonna make me look like a degenerate, but they're okay if you play them. But
okay, I changed my comparison on this. Is not like Magicka, this is Dungeon Siege, because it's single player only. And even though Dungeon Siege was both, so this is like you have two bots essentially that work with you. I was hoping it would be co-op, but it looks like it's just single player. So this is more Dungeon Siege, where you're just mashing, you're just beating things up in an isometric view, which is still cool. But now my perspective is changing on where this game is going, and I still I have it in my list to potentially get. There's a demo already, so I can play that.
Yep. Now, how do y'all feel about brutal old school sword and sorcery? Like Conan. Not Conan Exiles. I'm talking about Conan, like Arnold Schwarzenegger Conan, like brutal old school swords and sorcery.
I never played it, but I know of it, and it is a place.
Okay. Well, there's an upcoming game since Karrus admits he's a sword and sorcery fan, old school. Brutal, Craigsoft, Age of Barbarians, brutal old school sword and sorcery combat it's out now, actually. So it's an indie game, but kind of reminds me of the roguelikes.
Yeah.
Has that real like
called
I want to say PS2, yeah. Like it has like PS2 graphics, but kind of reminds me of early 90s mechanics for roguelikes.
What's the
I could be
actual
wrong
name of
because
it?
like obviously the okay. Oh, sorry. You want to know the actual name? I already mentioned it. Age of Barbarians.
Okay.
Yeah, Age of Barbarians. In fact, I forgot to. No, I did. So if you scroll my thing, you'll see that I've retweeted it and stuff. So I do try to retweet these things out. In fact, I'm going to put this out there because I keep doing this and whatever. Yes, totally not Lavistro is live right now on X, but that's what I want to show you. I pinned this on here, so shout that if you follow me on X, retweet this, heart this, whatever, but help me get to the other indie devs. We're on Dragon Bites right now, and we try to spotlight games and milestones. So people start putting their games on here. I will definitely either make YouTube shorts, or they will be featured on Dragon Bites, or they might be featured as a recommendation I have for games we find interesting. So if you're an indie dev watching this stream right now, please go to my page, let me know. I try to, for the past, well, since 2024, showcase upcoming games. But speaking of an upcoming game, short quest, fighting a guardian on the moorlands in this RPG, and it's available to wish list. So it's got like a really stylized, low poly feel to it. This is why I wish Bo was here, because I'd be like, okay, Bo, you gonna play this? Actually, no, Bo hates first person. My bad. But yeah, no, short quest. Or a short quest, sorry, a short quest. I thought it was pretty interesting. I might give it a try, but for those who want some old school graphics, there you go. That's out there as well.
There's
but
a playtest you can request.
But here's another one, and they're gonna hate this game and love this game at the same time. Karen, play as a Karen, destroy a shopping mall. I might get this one. Oh wait, did you see that?
I saw the trailer. Yes.
You see it now?
For it. E for entitled.
Entitled. Yeah, I don't think anyone got that originally, because it's E for everyone, right? But it's only on for like a couple of seconds, but I cut the first. I was like, that E looks weird. And I looked back, I was like, entitled. That's why it looks weird. Like, that's actually clever.
No, I like that.
Sorry, we're all out of half and half.
We can only do an exchange.
No, breadsticks are extra.
I'm sorry, ma'am. That's our policy.
Oh, I want this game now. I haven't watched the video yet. And the music makes it even better.
It's great, the music. Body slam. Love.
Sorry, we're all out of half and half.
We can only do an exchange.
But yeah, so that looks hilarious. I just saw the name Karen, and I was like, oh, that's that game people were talking about. I hadn't seen the trailer until now. But with the music in there, that is hilarious.
There are
they
some
should make it
weird... They should make it what?
I was gonna say they should make it a co-op.
I'm looking to see if it so far it's only single player, but they should make a co-op. I'm waiting for JT's gonna make a video on this. He already did one on Woman Simulator, which the developer seems like a bit of an incel, so I don't know what the politics on that is, but this just looks so batshit crazy and amazing. And is that how shops is spelt? Maybe I never looked at the word.
Some of them are. It's like a fancy way of doing it.
Oh yes, I saw this. It looks like a really fun game. Though not sure if it's going to be any good, but it's worth a laugh.
No, dude, did you miss it? It is
Policy.
hilarious.
I've seen the trailer.
the extra wide mount.
Oh, you seen the trailer? Okay, so yeah, it it's just perfect. Let's just put it that way. It's a mean game, but it's a mean game that has replay value. Because number one, you're going through the whole game just destroying things.
Yeah.
All right, that's one thing, and it's got a lot of mean references. But it's a mean game that I would say is going to work. Like it's one of those. I had nothing to play, or I had a bad day at work. I just want to go and destroy things. But like I'm looking. I'm actually wishlisting this game. I don't mind being a Karen for 90 minutes.
Yep.
In a mall where I get to destroy things. And I hope they have the mall cops and police like, oh, they should do that. They should definitely have like the GTA 5 wanted mechanics.
Oh,
so as stars. You keep, the stars come out. Like you get no stars at first, and then the 1 star is the clerk trying to get you to go out of the store, and then it's 2 stars the mall cops. 3 stars is like the head of security, or no. 1 star is the sales associate, 2 stars the manager, 3 stars the security cop, 4 stars is the actual cops, 5 stars is like the National Guard.
I was thinking you go all the way up to where like while you're playing, up in the corner somewhere will be like a social media talk tick clip. Like they'll make a generic TikTok, and it'll be you kind of just going crazy. Yeah, you gotta like, and then just like it'll be covered on CNN or NCC, or again, make up your own news organization, and it's just gonna blow up to where you're gonna become like quasi national terrorist, just destroying this one mall because they didn't have your half and half.
Exactly.
I love
Already ran out of pumpkin spice lattes. But that was wild. But not as wild as, well, oh no, we already did that one. My bad.
Do it again.
We'll do this one because she's fat, very fat. And Karen, she's got cats. She might like this game too from Fat Cat Games. Spark Gauge. He's picking a Breath of the Wild and Skyrim and Gothic-inspired game focused on exploration and time management, where the world will perish in 100 days unless you take action. You know what my first playthrough is going to be? My first playthrough of the game is going to spend 100 days doing totally bullshit nothing that relates to saving the world, just to see what would happen in 100 days. And then afterwards, when it says game over, I'll take it seriously and do it again. And be serious.
You're gonna play it properly.
The graphics are very low, like early Xbox One style, like actual low poly.
Yeah, they're like one notch above a 64.
Yeah, but still, it's interesting. I would still give it a chance.
This is interesting because you could do nothing, which a number of these games out there, they just kind of let you do whatever. This one has consequence. Like, you can do whatever, but at 100 days, consequence happens. What are your choices going to be? So that
if I learned that I had to explore the world in 100 days, like you find a fast travel markers in Skyrim, right? You uncover a secret location, or whatever. If that starts pushing towards the what I have to do for 100 days, I'm going to just stop and stay in front of that cast and just do this the whole 100 days. I will totally do that. It'll be like, let's game it out. I'm like, okay, we have to save the world in 100 days. And this is how we're going to do it. We're going to march around a castle like Joshua in the Battle of Jericho for 100 days.
Do it.
I will. I'm actually going to wish list this. I got to see if it's on the wish list, but I haven't yet. But I just thought it was an interesting, like you said, it's an interesting concept. 100 days is you face consequences. So, but yeah, there is that. And then I have how do you like Wikipedia?
It used to be interesting. It's kind of been gate-kept now by people I don't know, but it has its uses.
Okay. How do you like cards? Like baseball cards, football cards?
Take them or leave them. Kind of meh.
Okay. Man, I'm striking out on 2 ends here. So here's strike 3 for me, I guess. How do you like gotcha games?
What kind of gotcha games?
Well, just gotcha games in general.
I think I might strike out because I don't remember the last gotcha game I bought, unfortunately.
Okay. I struck out again, so I'll try to make this
Dash,
interesting
help
somehow.
me.
I'll try to
Help me,
make this
Dash.
interesting somehow. Put them all together. Wiki, cards, and gotchas together. What do you get? Put them together. What do you got?
Fantastic game?
Bippity boppity boo.
Oh,
Wiki Gotcha, a game where every Wikipedia article becomes a collectible card. Stats come straight from the page, used for attack, word counts, and defense. It has free packs that refresh daily and already has over 6 million possible cards. I looked this up. This is an actual game.
is Wikipedia sponsoring this? Are they? How's it work?
I didn't look much into it. I saw it today before my D&D session, and I looked it up to see if it was a good game. That's the length of my thing. I was like, okay, this is interesting to share on Dragon Bites. I don't even think it's good enough for me to actually look at, but I'm just gonna say if it is by Wikipedia, right? Remember how their page says we are hurting, we need supporters, we need money. They're hurting so bad for money, they were desperate for a gotcha game based on their pages. I mean, I'll give you points for effort, but
Do they pay someone $20 to give them an idea, and someone said, "Oh, make a video game"?
like I don't know how to respond to this.
They
But
don't
since I
have
had to
Steam
learn
page,
of its
that's for sure.
existence, everyone else has to, including the 10 viewers that's showing on my eye icon in StreamYards, and Dash and Karrus that are on panel with me. Every one of you have suffered not know that this game exists. I will never make a video on it because I don't really care about it that much. It's an interesting concept, A for effort, but wiki pages as collectible cards that you fight in battle. So how much is the Donald Trump page, January 6th attacks? Doesn't get political, but I'm just pointing that out there. Food for Oil, the UN Food for Oil program. What is that attack power worth in its defense rate?
Yeah.
They're not going to put every Wikipedia page as a card.
They might.
I'm on the webpage right now. It's free to play. 6.74 million cards.
Yeah, so they're gonna have every page, because if you look at Wikipedia, they're always saying, "Oh, we're hurting now. We need support. Could you donate money?" No, and academia is not going to do it because they consider Wikipedia not a credible source because it can be edited at any time, any place.
Yeah, you can never use Wikipedia in my school projects.
I'm going to say this: if you go to university and they say you can use Wikipedia, you need to go find a different university. And it's not me being biased about Wikipedia. It's just literally the reason being is not whether or not the act is actually true. It's you could write the source yourself, or an editor could write the source itself, and it not be proven factual or not, and you can get misled by that. That's the reason why it's not an academically credited source. It's not that whether the facts are true or not. It's that they can edit any time.
Wait, Motion Lord's on Hypnocast right now?
Who? What?
Motion Lord's on Hypnocast right now.
Oh, nice.
I thought
he's
Hypno
posting.
stopped it.
I just thought, yeah, Buchan Lord, awesome guy, and he, just so y'all know, he did say he liked Marathon, so
cool.
you could ask him that on Hypnocast. which I'm not throwing him shade. I think his take on it was very well fair and balanced. But anyways, so yeah, this game exists.
They're desperate for attention. They featured in Dexerto Gaming, the only one.
The only one. This would be featured as games I find interesting because it's interesting, but it's not a game I'd say I totally recommend playing. It's like it's interesting.
So like if we're in a fight or a battle, Lavistro, and I attack with, I don't know, my Guantanamo Bay card, and you counter with
Hot meat sandwich.
Yeah, at 6 weeks down the
Harold
road.
and Kumar go to G Bay.
Yes, at some point, are the stats going to flip at like 6 weeks down the road? If you beat me, are the stats going to flip at some point because more data will come through?
I
How
don't
does this
know.
work? How
I
the
don't know
hell does this
either.
work?
Maybe I don't think they thought this through. I'll give them an A for effort. It's a really unique, interesting. This is an interesting gameplay, but this is one I don't think is going to succeed as a gacha system or anything.
This is the perfect time to insert Ian Malcolm saying your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could, and they stopped to think if they should.
Yes, I will say this is interesting, but it's not going to save you, Wiki. I'm sorry. If anything, this is going to be a meme. And to all my fans out there, meme it now. Share, tag me as not Lavistro, or share my Discord and the memes foundry. Memes of this. Share me memes. I will literally put this in the chat right now. Show me your best memes of this. I want to try this. I never tried this with y'all before. I know I have some meme lords out there. Make me a meme. Show me your memes, and I will actually separate them, and we will make a segment just to show memes. Once maybe at the end of the month. At the end of the month,
yeah,
you make any memes based on anything we discussed on DragonCast or anything we did on DragonCast. You make a meme. I will make a meme page on Discord, and we will review all your memes live. I will not look at the channel at all until that day.
This is going to be awesome. You know who's going to be the what page will be probably the best and most powerful will be the Rickroll page.
Yes, I think they finally shut that down. I heard. I never verified it, but I saw something.
No, that was a joke. That was
really?
a prank. It was thrown around on Twitter. It was someone had posted the link to the Rickroll saying YouTube has like removed or deleted the video, and I looked at it, and I used to have the page number memorized, and I saw it, and I was like, I'm not clicking that. And then I went in the comments and like, you son of a bitch. Oh, yeah, it's still a thing. Maybe on I don't know if they removed it from Wiki, but it's still very much the meme lives.
All right, we got at least 5 more upcoming games before we get to the main topic.
Yes.
So we got to speed this up because we're actually falling behind. We spent a lot of time on Dragon Bites ranting, going on tangents and railroading. But The Legend of Kyome is now available in early access on Steam. It's an open world action adventure in the 13th century Mongolia, and people are saying it is totally better than Sucker Punch Studios' Ghost of Yote that will not see a single player release on Steam.
It looks pretty good.
Mm-hmm. But is it moddable?
Huh?
Do I get to meet or at least become Genghis Khan?
Yeah, if you're in Mongolia, Genghis Khan needs to be a thing. Like either you work with him, you meet him,
or even if it's not the right time setting, just like some reference to his family. Like I don't know if it's like if it was before his time, like you meet the Genghis Khan's ancestors, and it makes that, and you can have like a little thing like if Kingdom Come Deliverance where you have a bio on them and it says the ancestors of Genghis Khan.
Yeah,
something like that.
This is really heavily inspired by Red Dead Redemption, which I
you can totally see it.
Mm-hmm. But the landscape is beautiful.
It is very beautiful.
And yeah, I
hear it.
agree. I agree with the rumors. It's looking like it's putting Ghost of Yotei to shame.
Is that really that hard to do, though?
The thing about
You're right. It's on Sucker Punch. They set the bar too low.
Yeah, the thing about Ghost of Yotei is just that it's just a lesser Ghost of Tsushima with a copy and paste revenge story. Like, what made Ghost of Tsushima, like the first one, so much better was that
Well,
like it was supposed to be about a rogue samurai, and then they basically different setting, like same exact story.
Yeah. To be fair, devil's advocate here. Isn't every failed chef in the kitchen's girl boss story a revenge story?
I don't know. I like to Kill Bill.
That was also a revenge story.
It was.
It was pure.
Even the cheerleader, like those early day chick flicks with like the cheerleader battles and stuff in early '90s movies, where they were girl bossing it. It was a revenge story. Everything's a revenge story in feminist movies, I've noticed, or women girl boss based. I wouldn't even say feminist because some of them aren't feminists, but just girl boss in general. It's always, I gotta prove myself. I'm gonna get even with this one person who didn't support me or who made me look small. And for anyone that's gonna say that, remind me about how many times I made women feel small and they're gonna get revenge. Pick a number, wait in line. There's a lot of people wanting revenge on me. And there are people that are ahead of you who think that we're rivals that I don't even think about. But I find it funny they thought we were rivals. I was like, I don't even know who you are.
What was Captain Marvel a revenge story? I can't remember.
I think so. Well, it's not really revenge, but it kind of was. Like, I didn't watch it, but from the way people describe it, it kind of felt like it to me. It was, and it wasn't at the same time. So, like, for example, you should smile more, break your hand, steal your bite, right? Felt like that was forced in. Like you can't tell me I'm weak or tell me what to do. Like seeking revenge on that. To making all the males seem incompetent. To her versus what was she supposed to be? A Kroll? I can't remember.
She was supposed to be a Kroll, but it turned. No, she. I don't remember.
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
The premise did not make sense compared to the original Captain Marvel.
Yes.
She was Carol Danvers, Miss Marvel. Mm-hmm. So when they said Captain Marvel and they showed a woman, I was like, okay, where's Marvel?
Yeah.
That's how out of touch I am with Marvel comics. Is I remember who Captain Marvel actually was. Mm-hmm. And spoilers for everyone who hasn't read the comics, Captain Marvel didn't beat up Thanos. Thanos beat the shit out of Captain Marvel. He broke his gauntlets that gave him his powers. Mm. Captain America's only point was to prove that Thanos was not a god. Punched him and to prove that if he was a god, he wouldn't be bleeding, and he made him bleed. All that for a drop of blood. That was supposed to be Captain America's doing, not Tony Stark's.
Damn.
Yeah, and it was his brother Warlock, right? That was supposed to beat him. It was a long con game that he was playing against him. But the Warlock they made in what's that movie? I just forgot it. With I Am Groot. My brain keeps saying Expendables. It's not Expendables.
I don't know.
But you know that group, right? With the I Am Groot crew. They made him in that one, the gold skin and everything. They made him incompetent, like a spoiled little brat. So, yeah, I don't know where I'm going with that, but it's just something I was pointing out with my knowledge. Oh yeah, revenge.
Yeah,
movie.
I was gonna say revenge story.
Guardians of the Galaxy. Thanks, Jones. You know, shout out to Jones. He always shares or retweets my stuff.
Alan's
I noticed
awesome.
that. Yeah, shout out to him for that. Great support. But here, this one I saw Val shared this, but I thought it was kind of cool. Grim Hope, a slim, thick baddie that loves killing shit. I would love that. I'd love, something beautiful killing shit. New enemy hit reaction and feedback in Grim Hope, work in progress, which is on Steam. But yeah, I will come back and post these in the descriptions later because I was falling behind. But from what they're saying is Devil May Cry, Nier Automata, Stellar Blade, and Bayonetta as inspirations, and it kind of looks like that.
Yeah,
but
there's a lot of all of that. It's like an even blend.
Yep. With that cake and the milk, oh my god. Still needs some work because the thing that drives me nuts is seeing the swords like sticking out like that. So for me, that's
yeah.
like I always hated that. I know some even AAA's had that, but I'm like, that drives me nuts. It was magic, bro.
That was a big thing in Nier. Is your sword would just be like hovering there, like my brain would always be drawn towards that.
It's distracting. I guarantee you, if I play this game, I'm gonna suck at this game though.
It looks like one that would need a controller at least.
Yeah. No, I'm saying I would be stuck at this game though because I won't be looking at the center of the screen. I'll be looking at this corner and maybe looking here. So you'll probably see the camera going up and down, giving you vertigo because I'm paying attention to that. And because of doing that, the controller faces that direction. So if you start seeing that or where it looks like I'm just running aimlessly, it means that my eyes went from center screen to wherever the ass is. This is why I don't play female characters. But anyways, moving on. Bloodline available on Steam. I'm making a Mount Blade, Morrowind inspired power fantasy game where you play any kind of character you like, including a dragon riding, loot playing spellcaster. So, yeah. Now you know why I mentioned it because dragon riding and spellcaster. So I'm hoping necromancy. Yeah, it looks like an actual dragon. It looks like it might have 4. The way it's walking and stuff. So that actually looks pretty cool. So I was like, but you could play any character you like. So if I wanted to, I could make the modern woman. I could do that. Like Guardians of Wild Sky, that people said I was being racist because they said she looks like an ape. And I didn't think about that. I was trying to make the modern woman. If they're looking at a black, strong, powered woman and say she's an ape, that says more about them than me. It says they're more like Frisia than me. I just made the modern woman.
You made a Dead by Daylight villain, is what you did.
Yeah. I mean, the way I understand modern woman is a woman who's a girl boss. She's strong and she doesn't confine to man's beauty standards. So I thought to myself, what is beautiful? Because I'm a man or a male dragon.
Let's go the opposite.
Slender waist, nice tight ass, long hair, pretty looking. Okay, so that's not beautiful. That's what I think is beautiful. That's not true beauty. Okay, so what would I think is not beautiful? Big ass booty, looks like a fucking potato. Long ass arms, long ass big arms, freakishly big hands and feet, purple short hair, and always looks like she's upset.
Notice. Not just a potato, a fucking potato. There was an emphasis on it.
Yes. And that's what my thing was. Like, actually, I was just making fun of it. I was just thinking what I could make with the character creator. And I realized you could have elongated arms like that. I was like, could we play the game like this? I was basically being Josh from Let's Game It Out. like it worked,
thanks, Josh.
But it was hilarious. And then I made a serious character later on, but no, this is another game that I think would be kind of cool to play. So there's that. Did I share? Yes, I did share it. So we'll make sure that. Then the next thing we have is trying to make sure I got this right. The Bloodline. No, it's not Bloodline. Sorry, it's loading slowly. Dead House Sonata. Legacy of Kain, spiritual ancestors to undead fight together, and the world turns against you. So,
Wait, this is the
Is
Legacy
this?
of Kain developer.
Yeah, I heard he was making
Yeah.
a game. Wasn't it on Kickstarter or something? I forget.
I will
I
look
can't
it up.
remember. But I try to downplay Legacy of Kain to see if y'all actually play games. So, since y'all written out a reference, points for you. You get to stay on for the next episode of DragonCast. Let's make sure
can you
you
give me a
follow
link?
him.
Dead.
You don't follow him?
Dead at
Here,
dead.
I will help you. I
Oh,
will
here
help
it
you
comes
to-
up. I am following him. I knew. I'm just wondering because I think he made. Yeah, like he had a base take recently that I really liked. He was calling out something. I forget what it was, but I really liked the take.
Yep. But anyways, I thought that whole fight where the undead fight together and the world itself turn against you. So it's basically you against the world and the world of the dead, literally.
Damn.
So you want to go to a store and buy something? It's probably not going to be this way, but I can only imagine like you buy something from the store and the storekeeper's like, wait a minute, if I kill this guy, I get all my stuff back and his gun. Hashtag profit. I'm going to find that Muggers clip and I'm just going to make that part of my videos until they come after me over it. Last one, and then we get to the topic, and then I'm going to have to make sure my son does his thing that he needs to do. It's 1, 2, 3 Zodiac Trials. I'm making Hades, except it has co-op and it's inspired by Eastern mythology. So basically, the Eastern mythology versions of Hades. So I thought that was kind of interesting.
Nice.
So since she's making it based on the Eastern mythology, there's going to be a dragon in there somewhere.
Somewhere. I'm waiting for it. There's a giant bunny with a something.
A fox, and you fight the toad. So I think you're basically focusing on the Zodiac.
I think so, yeah.
Oh, look,
I like
it's
the art
Zazu.
style. Zazu lives.
So what I'm starting to think is maybe because the fox I think is part of the Zodiac, and you have Zazu as the Zazu character. I think there's like a bird that's part of the Zodiac. I'm wondering if the characters you can play or your partners are Zodiac members, and you're fighting other deities in the. I wonder if they're gonna have Korean deities because there's quite a few. Like, what's it called? I'm saying I know I got this wrong, but I think it's something like Santa Haraboji. No, not Santa Haraboji. Something Haraboji, and it basically translates to grandfather with a sack. And it basically was how the Koreans scared their kids to be good. Like if you weren't good, he was basically like the Korean boogeyman. He would come after him, pick him up, and throw him in his sack and take him to his lair so he can eat him.
Oh wow!
He was a ghost that would eat children. Because my ex-wife would use that on our son. Like, if you don't be good, something horrible will come after you. I was like, his granddad would come after. It's like, no, it's this. It's like, what does it mean? Because like Korean, I knew Korean, but I didn't know everything about Korean. And she goes, oh yeah, that means ghost with a sack. Ghost grandfather with a sack. I was like, oh, that's fucked up.
So yeah, the 12. There's mouse, cow, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, sheep, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig are there 12 zodiacs.
Did you say monkeys? Did I just inadvertently make a spin-off of Guardians of the Wild Sky with my strong independent woman everyone calls an ape woman?
Maybe.
There's a spin-off. They're connected. It's canon now. But yeah,
universe.
that's the end of Dragon Bites. Now, for everyone here, there was an article that came out recently. That's the title of the show. And we're going to use Gaming Amigos, and we're going to use what's the other one? Let me double check because I just pulled brain fart. PC Gamer. But they're saying video games are losing the attention war to gambling, corn, and social media. All right. Now, I'm going to reserve some things that I saw in the report, and I read the whole thing. But there's more than what it seems. Like, Karrus, you said you managed to read part of it too. And you, before I even mentioned before I shared this with you, you said you knew what we're talking about and you had some of your choice words. So yeah, the topic is basically about this. Are games losing the attention war? But for concept, this guy, Matthew Ball, he does, and I actually have it here. We'll go look at it real quick. This is the guy where Tim Sweeney says he's awesome, right? Even Tim Sweeney says that. Penn Thompson, even Mark Zuckerberg, Phil Spencer, right? So he's known by a lot of big names, and Epstein as well. Now, I don't think it's Epstein. I don't think it's Epstein from Epstein's Island Epstein. It's Gady Epstein. But, if an Epstein's endorsing him, there's something up.
Oh, God, I feel bad for everyone with the last name Epstein now.
I had to make that joke.
There's like 100 Epsteins out there.
Mm-hmm. Amazing what one person can do to ruin an entire group of people's reputation, even if they were innocent of it. Like Germans. Oh, knock it off, you guys. I'm talking about ruining chocolate tour. I got drunk in uniform eating German chocolate because it had alcohol in on a flight home. And I did not know.
Was it good chocolate, though?
It was good chocolate. I was drunk. And uniform, which is against the regulations.
Oh.
The only thing that saved my ass was that I actually proved I could not read German.
Oh. Nice.
But anyway, so he's the CEO of Epilon, which provides investment and strategic advices for television, films, and video games, right? So that's who he is. His first book, The Metaverse, was published in 2022. He's been praised about. So there's a lot of big names know who he is. All right, so he's not just some rando out of nowhere. All right, just so people know. That's all we need to know about this guy, in my opinion. I mean, you can look more about it. I didn't care because there's more to it that even Karrus and I noticed talking about this off stream. Sometimes, Stash, I hope that sometimes you'll be able to chill with us. That way we don't make you feel excluded.
Oh, yeah, for gaming? Yeah, we just need a time and a
not
game.
Just that, like sometimes we just bullshit not just that, we just bullshit sometimes in the VCs and we don't see you. So
But if you want, I can just pop in whenever you're chatting, even if I'm not playing the game.
Yeah, if you see us, stop by on. That's what I'm trying to say. If you see us in a VC, just stop on by.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Yes,
you don't need an invite. You're part of the crew.
Nice.
It's like you don't want to be a part of the crew, and when we start mentioning stuff, it makes me feel like, man, it's like it looks like we're excluding Dash. You're a diversity hire. You're the only LGBT representation that we have. We need you in there to score our ESG points.
Wait.
I
what
mean,
does that make Sonya?
You use my disability.
Sonya?
For the,
she's a woman. No one gives a shit.
Okay. Man. I did this to myself, and I have only myself to blame.
Oh, no. See, if I really wanted to roast you, I would use a certain thing that I won't mention on stream unless you're okay with it.
Sounds like it's something that might be a little private.
It might be something that ends with Y.
Why?
Yeah.
Okay, now.
Hold on. I'll just put it's like it's nothing.
Porny collection. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm making words.
Hold on. I'm gonna send you a DM.
Okay.
I'm just say one word. Just give me a second, because I was like, if I really want to roast you, I would use this, but I don't.
Brony.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't mind me saying it publicly?
I'm not ashamed of the brony thing.
Yeah.
I am not ashamed of.
What
of
I'm saying is,
I
I would have harped on that. I would have harped on that if I really wanted to roast.
I mean, it was a fad. It was a fad in the early 2010s. Like a lot of people were caught up in it.
Even Markiplier got dragged into it.
Real Wade, hello. I'll take a look
Hey,
at some of them. I've been busy. I've seen some of your notifications, but I haven't been able to watch a lot of videos lately. I've been falling behind because I've been focusing on a lot of shit. And I still have yet to file my taxes. So, yeah, I have to make time for that. Anyways, continuing on, because we got off subject, right? So, Matthew Ball publishes State of Video Gaming in 2026. He says that they say the findings are not cheerful for anyone who loves traditional gaming across 8 major markets: U.S., Japan, South Korea, blah, blah, account for 60% of video game spending. Player participation has dropped noticeably since the pandemic peak. In the U.S. alone, there's about 2.5 and 4 points worth of players have simply stopped playing. All right. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but then they say, where did those players go? According to TikTok consumption, the U.S. is up to 39 million hours per day compared to pre-COVID figures. The total U.S. social media use across the country has crossed 500 million average hours per day, with YouTube climbing the fastest. Gee, I wonder why. Annual spending of OnlyFans in the U.S. has reached a total of nearly $5 billion. Gee, I wonder why. Online sports betting losses hit $17 billion in the U.S. in 2025 alone. Online sports betting losses. Note how they said that. Annual spending of OnlyFans, right? TikTok consumption, YouTube climbing the fastest, but they specifically focus on online sports betting losses.
They never acknowledge the wins.
They never acknowledge the overalls.
So they're against sports betting?
I don't think it's that. I think they're looking for information that fits whatever they're trying to push.
Yes. AI apps focused on roleplay and creative content have seen nearly 1 billion installs.
I highly doubt people are having all these long conversations with Annie.
Annie, are you
You'd be surprised. The online growth
I'm
of
okay,
OnlyFans.
Karrus. How are you?
The growth of OnlyFans, sports betting, and internet casino went from 1.2 in 2019 to 32.8 billion in 2025. Gaming comparison grew from 8.8 billion to 5.1 billion over the same period. The raw numbers for gaming still look bigger, but the momentum has clearly shifted elsewhere. As traditional AAA market is struggling, that's another thing to note. As the traditional AAA market is struggling, spending on PC and console in the major market has shrunk. Now, we've been noticing about this too. Okay, they don't mention that here. So everything we've talked about, it all comes down to this part here, right? That way we like this article here. So, long story short, while they do mention some AA, they mention. Hold on, I see something here from. Are we taking any bets at the end point being games need to be more diverse or else? No. He's saying that people are spending more on gambling, porn, and social media. That's where
they say video games. They should title it AAA video games.
Yes, because we both looked at 167 pages. And don't worry, gamers, we're not going to make you see 164 pages.
Yeah,
we're not going to make you see all that.
I mean, that's it. It's like these big titles, and it's mostly because like the big publishers outside of the Japanese games, like their ideas for video games kind of suck. They're either like some remake or some like just game that's been done a million times before and no one really wants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is
but
quite a bit of it too.
But look
at all these games. All these games did some of these games did extremely well and broke like records. Dispatch was like such a big.
He spends his as mostly. Yeah, we'll look at all those. We'll go back and look at them real quick. These are the top games, right? Unfortunately, 2025 with the years prior posted several new hit franchises and studios, while many older franchise studios achieved new heights. But we don't see the older studios that achieve new heights. What are we seeing here?
These are all indie, mostly indie games.
Yes, this is another indie thing. It has some background from AAA. Ubisoft, therefore Ubisoft.
Yeah, people are really trying to turn on Expedition 33 and trying to say it was like an industry plant. I do think the growth of Expedition 33, it was extremely organic. People just flocked to that game.
It was really well done. I still have yet to play the game, but my point is, like, they said that older franchises achieve new heights, but yet they don't show that. They just show the newer indie studios. These are all indie studio wins.
I want you to do something.
In the article, AAA is failing. Gamers are not no longer playing games right. It's no longer.
Yeah, it's funny how that isn't the narrative.
But one thing I want to point out is they said since the pandemic, gamers grew up and now they're going to pre-pandemic numbers. Why would that matter? If you stay at home, and in 2019, the World Health Organization was going to say video games causes addiction as a determinant to boys and men's mental health. And then in 2020, because you want to keep everyone inside, not talking politics, but 2 weeks so to spread that turn into 2 years or whatever, depending on where you live. Masks are mandatory and all that stuff. Thank God for video games for keeping us sane by the World Health Organization. Literally a year after they said it's bad for your mental health. That's all I'm going to say. Right now we're returning. It's like when Facebook went to Meta, and all of a sudden they almost had a crash because they were used to everyone being on social media 24/7, right? Because they couldn't do anything, they couldn't go anywhere. Now there's a lot of inactive accounts because they can go outside, they can touch grass, they can do whatever they fucking want. We're gonna start seeing the tourists leaving because they found something else. They want to blame porn, they want to blame AI, and they want to blame gambling, right?
Porn has existed long before video games, so that's
But what has AAA stopped doing that people like 1348 are having melty melts about? The lesbian butch medieval character, a hot female looking character on Knight's Path. Why do you think? And it doesn't have to be gooning, right? Like, I want to put that, it doesn't have to be a gooner game, but like there's this one game that's family friendly that still has beautiful characters. Reflective.
And people were trying to say Resident Evil 9 is woke because Grace doesn't have supermodel boobs, but she also doesn't look like she's not man-jawed or anything. She just looks like a scared girl in her 20s.
Which I can ignore certain things to a certain extent. Like when we're trained to see things as woke 24/7, even said that maybe a design choice that was actually not purposely woke is seen as woke. Like,
you have to look out. Philip says Grace has a nice butt. Nice.
Of course she does.
No, the mods are going to make it even nicer.
Yeah. Yep. But I'm not going to put for this whole thing, but I just want to point out it's like they're tracking the industry layoffs. This is all AAA. North America, excluding California, 18%. North America, California, 43%. Right? Most of this you can see based on the East has fewer. Europe has fewer, but then again, Europe doesn't make as many games as North America does. But all these people that were promoting political agendas or making slop or hired too many people, right? Because pandemic, video games, and all stuff. that was making sales. Now they're losing all that. So I just want to point that out there. But my thing is, we'll add more into it. I'm not like I said, I'm not going to the whole thing. I'm going to shut this down now. But what we're seeing is games aren't losing the attention war. It's people who weren't gamers that claimed to be gamers because they had nothing better to do, and the people who thought it would be easy to be a YouTuber and become like Mr. Beast, make millions of dollars, and realize it's a fucking grind. They can't even do that even on Rumble or other alternate sites. They can't make it that well. They're going back to other hobbies because they're going out to touch grass and do other things. Now, does that mean that we're seeing a rise in TikTok and all these other places, AI and stuff? Yes. Part of the reason is someone expected to have a woke game and it's not woke, so they're going to go to AI. If they're not AI, afraid to go to what was it, AI Dungeon, and you can see a lot of woke AI games in there. Gambling's always been a problem, and then you have OnlyFans. First off, you encouraged it when you had the Twitch thoughts back when Twitch was failing back in 2016. And two, you took out all the beautiful women that men can goon off of, because not every game had to be for kids. So they're gonna go look for it elsewhere. So if you try to ban porn, they're just gonna go to OnlyFans. So, but I don't think you're gonna see a lot of gamers going to OnlyFans when they can play retro games or indie games. But I'm going to step back a little quick, and I'm going to ask y'all's thoughts on that, and y'all can go at it, whoever wants to go first. But the question is games really losing the attention war? That's the topic for today.
I have to answer that by subjugating to bigger games are losing the attention war. You have to put some kind of modifier, because to say games, what kind of games? That's a broad term. That's like saying physical activity makes you lose weight. Well, what kind of physical activity? No, like you pointed out in one of the slides, I don't remember which number, but AAA is not, it's losing the attention war. And that is the sector that most people care about. Not just the developers or the publisher, but the investors who want to see continued growth on this product, because that's what it is at the end of the day. It's a fucking product. It's not a video game. Ubisoft is not a software developer. They are an investment company that occasionally shows out a can of Coke. And this report, literally right in front of you, is showing you that it is interested in finding information that support the idea that AAA is or games. They say games because if they say AAA, then people are going to know, oh, AAA is. But if they say games, they say games because they don't want to acknowledge the smaller stuff, the single A's, the double A's, the B tiers, the indies. Those don't matter. Those aren't real games. AAA is all that matters. Hell, if you go there, I searched the word indie. You can actually do a word search in this report. 4 listings of the word indie came up. It was around a usage of like 2.4% of the total revenue. Was the 2.4% is where all that attention was going. I would argue that's a higher number, but that's because I am more involved and I see it more. So maybe from their perspective, they're not seeing it nearly as much. Maybe they're covering more, but I would say that number is maybe closer to 5%. But this is what I'm seeing is this whole Venn diagram is just a big old excuse to say that AAA is dying and this is a problem. We need AAA to be bigger. And, well, like you said, why is it? What is the reason why people are leaving? Are the games bad, or are there other avenues that people are finding their entertainment in?
I also have a question, if you don't mind. So, like, do you think this report is counting Japanese games like Koei Tecmo, Bandai, Square Enix, or are they only counting games from EA, Ubisoft, like PlayStation?
That's a good question, because some of the sources, like, they go through, and if you look at the bottom, they list some sources, but they're vague. they just list like Nintendo or something like Bloomberg, something intelligence, Ampere. So without really being able to go into like McKinsey, you know that name probably from the Facebook era. Where are they getting this data from? We wouldn't really know unless we saw all the data. We only saw what they're showing us. So you might have a point that they're getting a lot of complaints from the big names, the Nintendos, the Ubisofts, you said it, the EAs out there. They're getting this complaints. Well, we're not seeing as nearly as much. We're spending all this money on marketing, but we're not seeing the return. The ROI is just not there. Can you go find out why? And so they go out and they just throw this net, and they're covering anything and everything. I would love to see the raw actual data. Like, if it's a fucking Google Drive that's 1.2 terabytes, great. Let me see it. Let me see that data. Because I think this data is skewed. Maybe not like full vertical, but it's skewed in a direction that favors the sympathy on AAA regardless. And it's just throwing blame wherever. But
I want to show you something interesting. I just want to, there we go. So this is Digimon Story Time Stranger 5 months after it launched. Oh,
hold on.
Yeah. It is it is still doing 1,000 2,000 players 5 months after it launched in October.
That's pretty good. It dipped for a little bit, but it's climbing, yeah.
Yeah, let's see the gap. I know they launched a bunch of DLC. I think they released the last pack recently. But yeah, people are still playing the game probably on multiple difficulties. This looks pretty normal for a single player game.
The 1 month period is usually for the diehards that want to power level through it and be done with it in a short amount of time, and then you've got the more casual ones that are willing to take their time. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and I'm going to point something out here because you made it extra. It's wait, I'm going to share my screen because there's data to back it up. Hold on. Oh, wrong thing. Hold on. Give me a second here.
About my point about the Japanese games.
About what you're saying. Well, just other games in general. Are AAAs in trouble? Why indie titles are winning players? This is from Geeks 5's Nation. Big budget studios have long set the tone for gaming industry, but it's getting harder to ignore how much ground they've lost. Players are turning away from expensive titles that feel safe, corporate, or unfinished, and instead are picking up smaller games with sharper ideas. The growth of indie titles is a sign that the balance of influence is shifting. With more freedom to experiment, indie developers are changing what players expect from modern games. So there's your modern audience, corpos, while 8 AAA studios scramble to adapt. Creative freedom is outperforming predictability. When developers aren't boxed in by executive oversight or shareholder targets, they take risks. That's exactly what helps indie games break through. Titles like Blueprints, created by solo developers, offer layered puzzles that recall the logic of Myst, but with an entirely different new feel. These games are built around a clear idea. That's what makes them work. This approach has reached outside traditional game genres too. A growing number of indie developers working in areas like casino-style play has started introducing structured narratives and choice-based outcomes. It's no longer just about fast spins or short sessions. More titles now guide players through full plots with arcs of progression. As a result, people are looking to understand how to play on online casinos that they're talking about, right? Remember what they said, right? Are finding it easier than ever. Games in that space are borrowing tools from broader game design, and this shift is making them more accessible and more defined.
But does any of this talk about my point about the Japanese games? Because I think they
well, the Japanese games are doing the same thing. They're always innovative. They're always doing something new. They're always putting something out there. Is what I'm trying to say. I don't have something that says that directly ties into where it specifically says Japanese studio.
Yeah, it was just a theory. It's just a theory. I do know there are a lot of corporate Japanese studios that fall in line, but I also just feel Japan just doesn't feel as creatively restricted as the West.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm pointing out. I don't have the article, but Power World said they're hiring gamers. That they check your Steam page. If you don't have a Steam page and you don't have actual gameplay records, yeah, you can show screenshots of your console, but they want Steam players. And I got reaction where people were salty about that. But it
Really?
makes sense. Yeah, but it makes sense. If you're a real gamer, you're not going to play the popular games like Counter-Strike
Games
or
used
whatever.
to be made by other gamers.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm pointing out. It's like they didn't copy. They're not the tourist. In my view, the tourist, and this includes even amongst YouTubers, the tourist is the one that's going to play the flavor of the week. The gamer might play the flavor of the week, but they're also going to play a double A game or play an indie title, something that looks fun and engaging to them, right? And if they do, if a YouTuber does play something that's not the flavor of the week, it's usually a retro game because it's something they know is already popular or was popular. Yep. But an actual gamer that's a gamer first, YouTuber second, might stream a game that's not popular. Like there's a certain gamer I recommend. Right, this is highly controversial, I know, because he didn't toe the culture war line, even though he talks about the culture war. He had some very good takes, but this guy, I swear to God, I kid you not, when everyone said don't play this game, he played High Guard and said it actually had some potential. So if you haven't, go Dash. I would recommend you subscribe to and follow Dash Attack. He's really good.
I have something to add to what Dash was saying. If Lavistro, if you go back to that report, page 63, that will give probably some info that Dash was curious about, specifically on Japan sales.
63.
Mm-hmm. I went and looked it up.
Oh, look. My luck, I did 69 first originally. 69. Giggity.
Yeah, so let's see. US
63. Hold on. Doing 63. Here we go. Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, I do know that Japanese gamers spend more on mobile games than that is true. Like, you know, gacha games, like that's why they make so many gacha games, is because, like, you know, a lot of like the Japanese have to like travel. They have to go on the trains to work and stuff, and like they can play those mobile games like in the time, and it's like they can do that. You probably even like they can probably even sneak around and play the games during work.
Because like mass transportation or mass transit is more favorable than people owning a car, I think, just because there's the country's so small and there's so much built in, they have to build up, and so people either walk or take mass transit. So this makes sense for having mobile.
Yep. But going back, because I agree with y'all, but going back on that is to point out is players are also not buying the hype train.
Yep.
So.
Oh no.
When they said, "Oh, High Guard's going to be the most awesomest thing ever," you're going to apologize to me and all that, and try to build hype. And players like, really? This is not that big for a hype.
Yeah, it did not live up to the accolades. Joff was like saying like the second coming of Titanfall. Like, no. Like I played Titanfall 1. Like, you know, that was an amazing like experience.
It was, actually.
But he points out AAA games still at launch are at $70, but more than live, unfinished, over-designed around monetization, stuff like that. But Project Zomboid remains one of the most played games on Steam. Terraria is another example as well. They point out, despite being over 10 years old, it constantly ranks higher in active users than newly released AAA titles. It has new content with no extra cost and has been supported well beyond its original scope. And in 2025, nearly half of Steam's most played games are indie or mid-tier titles. These games succeed without cinematic trailers or publisher-backed ad campaigns. What? So Geoff Keighley does not have it when it comes to rating games because people prefer games without cinematic trailers. They prefer games with actual gameplay. But Geoff said, you know, games with cinematic trailers are 10 out of 10, bestest ever. and he
Get
hosts
off
the
his
Game Awards. He
bullshit.
should know what he's talking about.
Well, I mean, his job is to play cinematic trailers. Of course, he'd like cinematic trailers. For the Heretic Prophet has not shown any gameplay. We only got one cinematic trailer. We still haven't even seen an alpha build of that fucking game.
Nothing.
Oh, I don't think I could share it online, but I shared it with Karrus and Sonya, so I'm going to send it to you, Dash, since you mentioned it. I have a meme going way back to the Prophet.
Oh, yeah, send it to
Give me a
me.
moment.
You sent a lot of memes last night.
I know. I was looking for
yeah,
one in particular. It's like when you're good.
Well, while you're looking for that, I will kind of add on to this that I'm reading what you're saying, and what my brain is interpreting of the writing as this is a negative. They're trying to phrase it as neutral, but there's this slant that says, yeah, indies and mid tiers are doing good, but the AAAs, like, they're not doing, and they're not winning, and like the hype is not. This is being framed as a negative, meaning we are apparently no longer the proper consumers who are just supposed to shut up and drink the Kool-Aid and wait for next product. And I know I said this either on my own stream or on this show. You mark my words, we will see more complaints. We will see more of the marketing that is trying to go against the lower tiers, against the indies and say that, look at the poor AAA that's losing. I don't remember if I said it here, but I know I said it like over a year ago that this is going to continue happening because AAA, they think that they should be at the top and that they're the only ones who should win. Tough fucking shit. Reality hurts, motherfuckers. You've had your
you
reign
can
for 40
spend
years.
all the money and resources in the world, but if your game is shit, or if it has like flaws, like Highguard did with its game loop, then you'll lose player retention and creators. Like, that's the thing. Like, this new skill tree they added could have like at least kept people because it encourages grinding. They could have if that had been there from the start.
Yeah, why didn't they put that in?
They didn't think of it. They did not think of it until they got player feedback, and by the time they created it, it was too late.
By the way, Dash, I sent it to you in a Discord DM.
Oh yeah, I was waiting for it.
Oh.
You saw it?
Oh my god!
I think I should be angry about this, but I'm not. I am fascinated because this is telling. This is very telling that the hip reaction wants to say we're winning, but no, gamers are using their wallets. They're voting with their wallets. That's the phrase.
That's what you do in a tough economy.
Now, what I'm going to say is, like, the reason why I pointed this article out before you continue is I noticed the same thing you're noticing, Karrus, the way it's framed, but it doesn't make what they're saying not true. They're trying to frame it as a bad thing, but we're using this because they said the games are losing attention war, and what we're seeing is something different. But go ahead, continue on.
Yeah, this is. Sorry, I'm getting.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, the fact that it says games, that tells me here's the window. You can see my face. There are games within this window. If there's games below this window, they don't count. They do not matter. You should not pay attention to them. Only the stuff that we as the big company names give out are what matters. And it's like, no. Go back to the PlayStation 1. There was so many tiers of games. People might not even realize this. There was technically indie games on the PlayStation. You didn't really think of anything. You didn't think any different because it was on a disc.
Yeah.
Cool. It was on the store. Didn't matter if it was AAA or if it was indie. It was on the disc, and so you went out. It was in a store, and you bought it. But things are a little different now. Now there's this weird, clear separation where you can tell this is a AAA and this is an indie, or this is a single A and whatnot. And those clear lines are very much set, and AAA doesn't like this anymore, which I'm fascinated with.
You know what's funny? It's like, first off, I'm gonna point out, it's like last year I pointed out many times that indie and AA are going to be the new AAA. But do you remember back when before they had indies were making a comeback, before Gamergate and all this, they would have indie titles in the Xbox store and all these other places, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they were 2D, they were reskins of old games, or they were a buggy mess. And while that's still true, yeah, it's true. It's still true today. It's not as prevalent. What it's funny is that a company, a mega billion-dollar corporation, can sit there with and afford hundreds of professionals who went to college and got the best training and whatever, and still can't make a great game, and it has bugs and stuff like that. Like, for example, Star Wars Outlaws, just putting that out there. And yet indies can take their lunch. If an indie studio with a shoehorn budget, it's to quote Jebediah from Iron Man 1, Tony Stark built this in a cave with a pile of scraps.
Yeah, literally.
That's the little comparison I'm making. Like, today, that's the thing. It's like indies taking the lunch, and part of it is they were passionate, and back then they didn't have the resources or access to videos of how to make video games they do now. Like, you can go to there's a site for Unity, for example, in early 2015. I think he stopped making content, but you can learn how to code in Unity through a content creator called Brackies. You could go to Ryan Langley and learn how to make code with blueprints for Unreal Engine. I just to point that out there. Like, I run different circles, but one thing I'll point out here is to support, both of y'all's things, is that the market, like you said, voting on a wallet, the indie game market analyst by Motor Intelligence, the indie game market is expected to grow from US dollars 4.85 billion in 2025 to 5.54 billion in 2026. And it's forecast to reach USD 10.83 billion by 2031 at 14.32 CAGR. I don't know what that is over the course of the period. So just that right there, it talks about mobile platforms and everything else worldwide. Indies are gaining control because AAA failed to keep their reputation. They became corporations, okay, by making great games. Let's not ignore the fact what they used to do. What we want, and Mugen Lord put this out in a video I told you, Karrus, but Mugen Lord pointed out that what we want, or he said I want, but I think he is talking for every gamer out there. We want the golden age back, the 90s, early 2000s, before Gamergate, before all this nonsense, right? Before the microtransactions. We want the early game. We want to see ads of awesome games that have like cool merchandise comes out, and get boxes. Like, if you ordered or pre-order stuff, you get this one get box or this extra skin or in-game content. We want to go back to those days where we were lining up at GameStop to buy your games. We want that, but we don't want it because we're buying this game because Ubisoft makes it. We're not buying this game because it's Assassin's Creed. We're buying it because it's good. We're buying it because.
If you saw my new short, I make fun of exactly that in my latest short, which is actually blowing up right now. It's already at 1.2K right now.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys want me to play it, or?
Before you do, let me wrap it up because I want to put a Reddit thing out here.
Okay, sure, no problem. But yeah, I mean, it's better if you guys just look it up and watch it on your own. Like,
you can share it in the chat if you want.
Oh yeah, sure. I'll put it in. I'll put it in the chat.
I'm going to show something from Reddit from our game production. Yes, I use Reddit. Yes, if you want to go there, you want to say drama. Yes, Reddit does have drama, but it also is good. It's still the front page of the internet in certain cases where if you want news that no one else is talking about, I guarantee you, freaking Pirate Nation I guarantee you, he gets some of his news before anyone else does, based on what Reddit is saying. Because some of the stuff he says, I see on Reddit. The only reason I don't always mention Reddit is because I know people are like, oh, really? Use Reddit? You might as well use Wikipedia. That's fair. That's fair. Okay. I'm not logged in. I'm not going to show my because my login name is not Lavistro. I put Lavistro under. I'm going to be we're not going to put that out there. But this is from our game production. What's your take on the current situation with the game industry? Layoffs, closures are happening left and right. This was 13 days ago, by the way. This was 13 days ago. I saw somewhere in the U.S. 1 in 3 people in game dev have experienced layoffs. With myself being marked at risk twice and laid off once due to redundancies. I recently opened, and notice that redundancies. All right, I'm going to mention that. I recently opened up a mentorship for people who want to join game production, as I wanted to help people break into production, but I fear there's just a massive surplus of people at the moment and not a lot of jobs. What's your take on the situation? And the reason I'm pointing that out there, right, is because when I scroll down here, my Integer Hole, my take on it is that it has never been better to be an indie dev. And I can attest that being a freelancer. Sometimes I'm like, man, should I go back to freelancing? But if I do that, I won't have time for anything. I will have a hard time streaming. I'll have a hard time doing just anything in general, as well as being a parent. And it's never been worse to be AAA. I say if you're looking for a salaried position to do one specific thing at a big company, it's going to be tough because AAA, they weren't looking for the jack of all trades. They were looking for the specialists. That's always something they've always looked for. But in indie, you kind of have to be a jack of all trades. You kind of have to be. But if you contract for a smaller studio or get 3 or 4 friends and start your own, the barriers to success have never been lower. And remember what we talked about? I showed it earlier. And I think I showed it last week as well. But Luminary, the Refractive Death at Luminary is a 2 dev studio, and Riftwalker game, right? They both lost their jobs.
Yep.
And they both decided, I'm going to be an indie game designer and make the game I've always wanted. Now, I don't know if they were the Luminary, the Refractive Entertainment started as working in the film industry. I don't know about Riftwalker, but they started their own, they built their own studio. I'm going to tell you right now, if you hate crunch time, if you want a 9 to 5, 8-hour job, even if you're not in game design, you're not going to find that as a self-employed or even freelancer position. You're going to be working long hours because once you're done doing 9 to 5, you still have to manage the day-to-day business of your bills and everything else. When you're an indie studio, you have to have passion because you are going to. When I was a freelancer, I would work 12 to 14 hours a day. And then I had to take care of my son. And just so you know, when I was working, my son was home from school, I would stop work, take care of him, put him in bed, go back to work, and sleep. I would get maybe 4 hours of sleep, 4 to 6 hours of sleep. That was it. And that was usually 3 hours before he has to go back to school, and then 3 hours as soon as I dropped him off at school. So it wasn't even consecutive. And then I would get back to work, stop, spend time with him because I'm a family man, get back to it. I've spent more time on games than anything else that I kind of rarely saw the light of day. But I enjoyed it. I had fun doing that. It was something I enjoyed doing. And that's something I'm going to point out here. It's like if you don't have that passion, you're not going to do it. But there's no better time to be the indie developer than now. So, but yeah, and then I think I have one more thing I wanted to share. And it's a mobile end. So mobile revenue remained flat across 2025, but PC gaming sees another record year. This is from Game Industry Biz. Digital intelligence and analytics firm Sensor Tower released its State of Gaming report, revealing flat growth on mobile gaming revenue, double-digit growth for PC and console gaming. So let me double check, make sure this is wrong. I forgot to check that. Okay, yeah, it's a different one. But so another State of Gaming report shows a controversy or a counter to the ball one that, yeah, indie games are growing, PC gaming is growing, as well as console gaming. So the gaming growth has returned, but the non-gamers who piggybacked off of us during the pandemic went back to do their other things. So just wanted to point that out there because you can see the map. We don't need to do it because it's pretty much saying the same thing. But yeah, so what do you think, Karrus? Dash, do you think the attention war, or we think we're losing the attention war, or you think the tourists are leaving? Dashy.
Yes.
Wakey.
Hey, sorry. Oh,
Yeah.
Vicky Blake again.
Oh,
What's she talking about now?
Oh no, she was saying basically something we could agree. Mobile revenue has remained flat, but PC gaming sees another record. So you weren't listening.
Yeah, I have multiple tabs open. I was just letting you talk.
Oh, okay. Let me talk.
Yeah.
I was just trying to share with y'all the sources so y'all could, have a conversation. But okay.
Yeah, no,
Wow.
dude, I'm sorry.
Let me talk.
I was. Oh shit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
let me
dude.
talk. Yeah. Just I see how it is. Shut up, Lavistro. I don't care what you have to say. I just want to. I want to let you talk.
No. I mean,
Yeah,
I have. It's just my attention.
I'm
It's
giving you
just like
shit.
for the log. I know you're just giving me shit.
But anyways, even though she has some stupid remarks, she actually says that we're proving along. Basically another State of Gaming report counters the other one we mentioned from Balls, that PC gaming has grown.
And
PC
why
console
wouldn't
gaming.
it? Like, I actually did a whole tweet about like what's wrong with the big three right now. And like people, it's like if the other consoles aren't giving like people what they want, then like you can go to PC for more variety of games, and they don't even have to be super high end. Like you could just get like normal games that can run on your potato PC.
Now, her source suggests a focus on retaining, engaging, and monetizing existing players in a mature market through tactics like live OPs, events, and IP collaborations.
Oh, that sounds malicious.
That sounds corporate.
It's very corporate. But I'm pointing out here is they pointed out PC gaming sees, and consoles as well, sees another record year. The point we're saying is the previous report, the other report, Ball's report, right, says games are losing attention war to TikTok and YouTube and OnlyFans and gambling and AI. AI bad. But
because those are more catchy.
Yeah. But what we're seeing is from the numbers that we've shown, these are making record markets. And the record is from, like Dash points out, that I didn't have a source for because I don't know why I didn't have it. I had one, but I can't find it anymore. Asian and Japanese markets, people are going to that because they're not censoring their games as much. And then you have the indies who are free to do everything. But what she says the source is basically very corporate. But yeah, so I think I don't think we're gaming is losing to get the culture war or the attention war, I should say, not culture war, get attention war. It's just, first off, gamers really we cared about the culture war when we thought there was still hope for the games we loved. When we realized that it's time to say goodbye and give us this last huzzah and funeral rites, we moved on to bigger and better games. That has always happened. I remember people were asking for Dante's Inferno 2, even though they said this, we're not doing that. People were asking for Dante's Inferno 2. Afterwards, they moved on to a different game. I forget which game that was. And ended up, and then after that was, if I remember correctly, Dante's Inferno, moved on to another game, moved on to Dark Souls. I can't remember. But I remember there was a correlation pattern linked there. But gaming has we're just losing the tourists, the people that came in during the pandemic, and we can look at like Gunnergate and all these other ones where we had people coming in trying to put their political spin on games, right? And say, "Oh, we're gamers too," and then they leave. Gunnergate as well, and now the pandemic. They came in, oh, I'm a gamer too. I'll stream this game and make some more money. Didn't get successful, they leave, so it's not just gamers. And we'll probably talk about this further on the on my end. I'll talk about further 2 weeks down the road. But we're starting to see YouTubers focus on indie games as well, the big ones, like the big YouTubers, because they're realizing no one's watching it. In my personal view, they're not getting as strong views as they're getting. They're getting good views. Don't get me wrong, they're still getting views, but not getting as many views as like indie games. I started noticing
Markiplier views.
Yeah, I'm starting to get when I cover Gabe and stuff, and I'll use the transport thing and stuff like that. I'll get like a lot of views, but my tags and stuff to help me get to the algorithm isn't culture war. I know if I mention Gabe as one of my tags, people are looking for Gabe. People are looking for certain words. I use those words and I get more views. I don't frame it to the culture war. I frame it through the topic itself.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I wanted to add on to what you were saying. People are done waiting around. The ones who have, things have snapped in their brain and they've said, you know what, I'm not going to wait for EA or insert other big name, Activision. I'm not going to wait for Call of Duty to fix itself. I'm going to change myself and I'm going to start looking for something that I think is fun. And that's what you're seeing slowly more of. I'm never going to say that like one attribute is going to be the sole reason. It is a collection of things. It is like it's the COVID numbers, like people are actually starting to go do stuff again. It is fun to go out again and not just touch grass, but try going to the mall again. Try going to a bookstore. Just the other day, Hutaro and I went to the bookstore and just looked at books. Like we are going and doing stuff. So yeah, the sitting through, the easy sitting at home playing 16 hours a day isn't happening as much
anymore. And it's the same thing with the movie theater. Like people saying, "Oh, people don't want to go to the movies," and like Scream 7 just like completely like had like the biggest like opening in the entire franchise, and it wasn't even the best Scream movie.
Yeah.
Did you see it, Karrus?
I did not see it. It wasn't really my focus, but I know Scream was big. My focus was Iron Lung. I went and saw.
Oh yeah. Oh man, I did get to see Iron Lung. That was fucking great.
That was an independent movie. A single guy.
Oh yeah.
With a
team. And that had a good showing too. A lot of people came. Like, for an indie movie from a content creator. It was like doing numbers that you would expect from a normal movie.
It was neck and neck with a Sam Raimi movie for like several days. It was neck and neck with Send Help, which is unheard of. But like all of these things, and going back to that first report, those are things that these reports just seemingly neglect to include. And when we have that, we know where this information, we know some of these reasons why X, Y, and Z is happening, and yet they're not listed there. And yet you see the framing of, AAA, this, subscriptions. Like, we kind of know what your angle is. And then when you bring out the other report that shows PC gaming is growing. Okay. I see what the claim is supposed to be framing as, but we know what's going on.
Yeah. Real quick, I just want to address this. Hataru, people went into tabletop gaming during the pandemic was around. Very few people left it. Now they're gathering more people in there, but I'm gonna agree with you and disagree in a sense of nuance. Okay, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying you're right. I'm just saying you got people coming in that are outsiders, tourists into the most popular tabletop gaming in the world, but you're having a lot of actual tabletop gamers now going into indie games or OSR games. They're starting to branch out more into that as well. So we're talking games inspired by Thaco from the original D&D, and we got people who are inspired by 3.5 edition, which is considered old school revival. But in either event, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying, yeah, there are people coming into it, but it's nuances where they're going. Because, yeah, while D&D is keeping it a lot of its numbers, it's also losing some of their old school people as well, moving to other games that satisfies that crave.
That's more of a marketing thing. Like, what a lot of D&D players are doing is like they're using like either sticking with normal 5e, or they're either sticking with the 2014 version, or they're just like, home brewing and just doing their own thing.
Yep. But like I said, the thing is that, as we pointed out, that you're pointing out, to go back to what you're saying and tying what you're saying, Dash, as best I can. Are games losing attention war? No. Are AAA losing the attention war? Yes. Are gamers leaving? No. Are tourists leaving? Yes. But also, yeah, gamers do go out. We go watch movies. We go to bookshops. We're not stuck in our mama's basement. Some of us have jobs, and some of us served in the military. Some of us do all kinds of crazy stuff. Fly over in planes and take pictures and share it on Discord. Anyways, my point is that some of us have girlfriends. Imagine that. Some of us have girlfriends. Imagine that. But my point is that we have a life. We go do that, but we're still coming to games. The tourists are like, okay, I want to go out and drink with my friends. I want to go party. I want to go do this. I don't want to stay home and play video games. I don't have to do that no more. It's like I played Call of Duty for the 500th time. I'm bored of it now. But and then you get the political ones that, and I can speak to this because I used to fall in this line. I was afraid to get a game because of the Gamergate culture war, afraid to waste my money, and didn't buy a game. My last game I bought was Phasmophobia. Like, I didn't buy a game until Phasmophobia came out. And then I started buying games other than the AAA indie scene. And during that time period, I was still under the same impression that indies were bad. Right? Like, they were still not, good enough yet. Once I started playing all these free demos, I started playing other games. And that was before people started saying every game goes to woke, every game goes to shit. I argue with YouTubers, my own colleagues, on video games and get in the fights. And I'm not trying to fight them. I'm trying to say, hey, there are good games out there. But the people outsiders, they're starting to leave that scene. They're starting to leave our scene alone. So, no, we're not listening to culture war. It's being, we're reclaiming it. And we don't even have to try now. We just go look elsewhere.
Yep. That's the thing. Indies never really had to try. They just had to make, they had to try in the sense of making something that was good, but that was already on the agenda. They already knew, okay, I need to go to this level of effort. But AAA didn't think they had to try, and now it's showing.
Yeah.
Sucks to suck, I guess.
Yeah. What about you, Dash?
I'm not sure how much more I can add, but yeah, like, obviously, like, like a lot of these Western games, and honestly, I also do believe like the Japanese like games, like even like the ones that like, people say are censored and stuff like that. Like, I just think like more people gravitate towards them. And I think like the problem with the Japanese games is the price. With the Japanese AAA is like they follow the same pricing metrics as the Western ones with the $70 and all that stuff. But yeah, like I think like Slay the Spire and like, all these like other games that have just like, but it's the AA team as well, like Expedition 33, Baldur's Gate, like, when was the last, like, the last couple of Game of the Years all went to like someone that wasn't like a Ubisoft or a Nintendo.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I have a prediction here. We're going to watch the Video Game Awards this year for 2026. And Jeff Keighley's going to do his icon of the video game industry speech he always does. and it's going to be someone from the indie or AA scene, most likely Expedition 33.
I'm going
I
to throw a
don't-
challenge card on that, and I'm going to say that he's going to say, I don't believe anything the man says anymore. Zero, zilch. I'm going to predict that he's going to claim an indie developer is being highlighted, when in actual reality, they're not going to be an indie developer. It's going to
Well,
be
that's what happened
another
with
test
High
group.
Guard. That is
Mhm.
what they got fucking caught. They got fucking caught.
That's my prediction as well. Because anything that man's, I had to mute him on Twitter. I got so pissed off with just his tone deaf. He's just like la 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 la. Like, I want to flip the fucking table. It's like,
No,
this guy's a piece
he's
of shit.
toxic. He's toxic, positive, shilling bullshit.
Well, everything has always been to him a 9 out of 10. Everything's a 9 out
And
of 10.
you
Everything's this
can
and that.
have it all.
Yeah.
My
Well, I mean, that song is not
empire
wrong either.
view.
That's the thing. It's not one, like, people say, oh, that's polemic. I'm like, no. Maybe you don't understand. Maybe you weren't a gamer, or maybe you weren't around that time period. But everyone knew when this guy opened his mouth was the game's going to be 9 out of 10. If you saw 9 out of 10 on a rating, you knew that the article regarding to that in the magazine was about him. Or
Yeah, the
something
only
he rated.
time IGN didn't give a 9 out of 10 was when there was too much water in a Pokemon game.
Yeah, that is fair too. But
Oh, yeah, you don't remember that one?
yeah, I
No.
just when I didn't remember until you mentioned. It's like, oh yeah, that's right, they did do that.
Oh, funny. It's funny. I actually saw like even like a few years later, like the Pokemon like official Pokemon account was goofing on IGN about that.
Mhm.
Yeah, the too much water thing. Like they docked up points for a Pokemon game because it had too much water. I mean, because it makes it difficult to travel in the Ruby and Sapphire games.
But unless anyone wants to add any final statements,
I'm good.
No,
I think
I think
knocked
this
it in the
data is
bud.
wonderful. This data is fantastic. It tells me, I don't think the data should have been redacted at all. I would have loved more data, but the fact that they gave it the way that they did, this is very telling. I
Yeah.
want more of this.
All right.
And the fact that
Okay.
we piece, like I said, I think the data and I try to find it challenging. And what do we find? Just by a simple Google search, I found a couple of articles that challenged it, and even the one that did challenge it also went the corporate route as well. So the answer is, like I said, indie and AA is the future. I sorry, but that's where the market trends are going. This is where gamers
be
are voting
sorry.
for their wallets, and the tourists are leaving, including the shields, like the multi-billion-dollar corporations alone that are eventually leaving. But Ash, did you have any final thoughts?
No, I said my piece. I'm ready to throw
Wrap it
my
up?
game.
What? I gotta ask a question. Why do you keep shilling Game Informer like that? Why you gotta do me like that?
No, it's just I did it for the Final Fantasy cover.
But that being said, you're good, Dash. That being said, this is the last part of the show where we find games we found interesting that we recommend people look at or check out or whatever. So, who wants to go first?
I got one. Okay,
Okay,
so
I'm
can
gonna
you
find
can
mine.
you see it? So this
Hold on.
is
Hold on.
this
Let
is
me-
a new game that
hold on.
came out. Oh,
I'm
is it
trying. I'm
showing?
having troubles. There we go. There we go. Oh, okay. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is DEI Manager Simulator. The object of the game is to crash the company. You work as an HR manager, and you have to like go as super woke as possible in order to like crash the company.
But remember, Karrus, we showed us some Dragon Bites last week.
Oh, apparently it comes out in 5 days.
Wow.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh, that is great. Okay, each play session's 1 hour. A tight focus story about meaningless choices, kind of. Pick A or B and see different funny dialogue, but the destination is always the same. The ultimate corporate skill. Can you destroy the product but still get promotions? Yeah, there's a failing upward system.
Interesting. I think it's a.
Oh,
I was
boy.
telling Karrus, I think it's a mean game, but it might be fun.
And it is a meme game, but like if it does well, it might.
Yeah.
I'm surprised hardly anyone else has it on their wish list.
If you recommend, is that what you if that's what you're recommending?
I have no idea if it's going to be good or not, but it was on my wish list. Now, if I could pick a more serious game, but I don't want to take time from Karrus.
Go ahead. I'll let you do it, but I'm not. I'm not rushing. I'm saying like, what I'm asking is, why do you find it interesting?
Oh well, I find it interesting because I just think the satire is good.
Ah, yeah, see, it's not games we think are going to be good. It's games we find interesting. That's our caveat. We said you said it's going to be good. I say no.
It's interesting.
No, I said it's interesting. It looks
definitely
interesting. It's like I'm not telling you to give a good prediction game. I'm saying what you recommend that is interesting. That's what we've always done. How many games have I showed that bombed?
I have no idea.
But they were interesting.
Yeah. All right, Karrus, what's your game?
I'm trying to find it. I think I passed by it.
I swear to God, if you put Nazi furry Hitler as a recommendation,
No.
I am going to pretend I'm going to put for Karrus' recommendation, he didn't have any.
Yes, you didn't have any. You just cut it out and
Just censor it. But Lavistro, you said you don't censor. I also don't want my channel removed prematurely. If it's going to be removed, it's going to be someone else's, not something I did.
Yep. No, this is one of those games that I just typed in a word into word search. I found out, so to preface this, the game's called Tartaria. I went down a rabbit hole, a new conspiracy theory rabbit hole. There's this supposed long-lost city that was destroyed by time and conspired to ruin what was apparently a just paradise city. If you go on YouTube and you type in Tartaria Forgotten City, you will go down rabbit hole and rabbit hole and rabbit hole. Talking about this supposed city that like the J.P. Morgans of their time back in the 1600s just secretly were trying to crush down. It's a wild rabbit hole. But I typed the word in and I got this game, which is very much still early access. I don't even think it's like beta build at this point. But I do believe it is a survival game. It supposedly takes place in the 1600s, which kind of fits with, like, if you look up maps of Tartaria in the 1600s, you can find the land of Tartaria existed at the time. And it's just kind of a basic, it goes through and there doesn't show much. Like, there's monsters that you can fight. It's very limited. But I'm not really showing this for the game, but rather someone is making a game based on this mythology of a long-lost civilization that, if you go down and look into it, it's a very hotly debated topic with historians as to whether or not it really existed. Like, it literally is showing like dev footage of the combat system, which is pretty cool. Like, it's got some basic effects. I don't know if it's necessarily an asset flip, but it's, I mean, yeah, you can kick the animals, which that was pretty effective. I appreciate when there's kicking physics. But this game is, it doesn't really showcase what the lore of Tartaria is. But the description, like, Tartaria is an original fairy tale adventure based on Slavic culture and Slavic mythology. 980, so it goes back even further. But no,
okay, so it's probably not even about the city.
I don't think it's about the city. I think it's about the idea of the creation of the city. But the supposed glorious time takes place around like 15 to 1600, going up to around the 1800s is when it kind of like falls off, because a lot of maps started becoming modernized between 17 and 1800. But yeah, this is my advertisement kind of this conspiracy, this really fascinating conspiracy of Tartaria, the lost forgotten city that's apparently greater than Atlantis. And yeah, I saw that game and I was just like, huh, that's interesting. This game could be absolute shit, but just the idea that someone's kind of making this like little game in the small world, I thought that was interesting. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. I've got it in my wish list. I'm gonna follow it, but if you want like something that can help with your insomnia, go watch some Tartaria videos. It'll be, your mind might be a little blown. I know mine was for a good while. We lost Lavistro.
Nice.
He walked away. Okay, he is back.
All right, hold on. Yeah. So this one isn't really a cheat thing. I had another one, but I accidentally closed out that tab. I was trying to look for my history, but we've been through so many tabs, so I can't find it anymore. But if I didn't make a video, I'm just saying, if I didn't make a video on this already this past week, I would have recommended it originally. But since I lost the original one, this is my fallback. Okay. Now, if you watch the video, I explain why, but this is a based, right? The Christian game that we talked about earlier. And the reason why I said I like it is because, as we discovered, as I mentioned before, it's you're immersing yourself in a biblical world. You're not really being preached to or lectured. You're fighting in that time period, but also you have to maintain your own disability. Like you have to be careful you're not letting your leprosy go too far. I'm trying not to say everything I use in the video. But I found this interesting. Yeah. But I mean, we've covered it earlier in the video today, and I already made a video as well, which you can get a more detailed look. But I'm mentioning it because it's not out yet. I'm hoping they'll have a demo. But
that'd be great.
It's to be announced. And I think if a demo comes out, I'd be able to give more of like it's good enough. I think it's an interesting take. It's a Bible game with a morality system where you can choose to be evil or feral. You fight giants as a leper. No non-Christian game has something where you're diseased and you're illness like that I've played. I'll just say that I've played or
that's cool.
You have to keep your disease under control. Like it's just. And you're fighting with a sling. Yeah, you have a sword, but your main purpose is you're fighting with a sling and you're fighting giants. So it's an interesting take, and I'm gonna keep like I said before in my video, I'm gonna keep an eye on it. And if I can get the demo of the game, I'm gonna try it. Yeah, I mean, but that's my thing. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna be good or not, but I found it interesting, and I'll try it. The one I want to do is called Shiri, if I remember correctly, but it was you're basically an anime drone girl pilot thing where you're flying in as an anime girl and shooting things off. It looked kind of interesting, cool, but I lost the Steam page and it was kind of hard to figure out, find because it was when I read it was from a Japanese website, and then so I can't find it because I just can't find it. But that was my take, but yeah. That being said, we went a little over, but not too much. It's still a great thing. I'm glad I didn't add more topics because some of the Dragon Bites became topics themselves, which is awesome. Yeah, it's awesome. That's like I was saying before. I always fish through, and whatever we can use as shorts we use, but whatever we can talk about, that's cool too. But who wants to go first? Dash or Karrus? What you got going on next week?
Dash, you go.
Yeah, so next week, well, I may give that game a try. It comes out on the 13th, and the DEI game, I might give that a try. Probably gonna go back to Three Houses a little bit. Really just wait for Crimson Desert to come out. As far as that, I want to also get out some videos because, I'm getting very close to 1.78 K subs.
Nice.
So it's just that push for 2,000. So I want to ramp up like more content, like more videos. It's just all been about timing and what to talk about, really.
Yeah,
Yeah.
understandable.
But I'll be doing my usual thing, gaming. That's what I like to do.
Yeah. And playing High Guard until it disappears.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. I'll probably play High Guard one more time, test out the skill tree, play the last character, which is some guy trapped in a suit of armor who could actually I guess like protect your stop the enemy from destroying you so you can be respawned.
Mm-hmm.
So he has a unique mechanic. It's just a shame that they're not even going to try and turn this game around.
I may give it a try.
But I will say this.
A try.
I will say this.
It's kind of too late, but you're free to be because it'll be gone. Like it closes on the 13th, I think. So you have till the 13th.
I will say this.
Nope.
Oh yeah, well that's part of why it died because of the secure boot.
I just want to say one thing.
Do you have a console? Do you have a console?
Not one.
No. Well, that's how I play.
I just want to say one thing real quick about High Guard. But if we don't see Dash next Saturday, I have a theory. He was playing High Guard until the server ended and shut down, and then he got isekai'd into the High Guard world.
Oh, just like Overlord.
Yeah, he's Dash Einsgoon or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dash Einsgoon. Dash Einsgoon.
Dash was never seen again. Or no, it was like Serial Experiments Lane. You're just gonna see echoes of Dash around the internet.
I got isekai'd into High Guard. Oh yes, High. Oh,
you know what? God. You should definitely not show up until for next week until later until after Dragon Fights is done. Just so we can make the narrative. Yeah, he's not here to get isekai'd, and then you just pop in. It's like, oh wait, I guess no, I guess not.
I'm gonna say that the evil chick that drags people's souls stepped on me.
Yeah, you would like that, wouldn't you? That being said, Karrus, buddy, what you got going on next week?
Editing. I am editing 2 videos at once, and I'm already planning out a small shorts series that is going to involve. I'm not actually going to be talking. It's going to be. I'm not going to explain too much, but it's going to be like an appreciation for a particular game series. But I have to go get a bunch of shots. I've been planning this out in my head for like a month and a half of how I actually want to do it, and now I have it figured out. I need to get the footage. I know exactly what song I want to use, and so I got to plan that out. And so yeah, that's the 3 projects that I got, and then of course, Abiotic Factor. I want to get more into that. One of you has been trying to drag me into Helldivers 2, which I unearthed that from the void in my Steam list after years and years of not touching it. So I'm probably going to give that a try at some point with Skytex and a handful of other people.
Yeah, y'all play that, let me know. I do my dailies on there. Probably Skytex, because Skytex blamed me for dragging him in. Or maybe what's his name? Hold on, I know who it is, because every time he sees me on, he wants to run a round or two. Dr. Deadman. Living Dead Man?
Oh, yeah. Dead Man. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll all probably jump in at some point.
Yep. I want to try to figure out how to do. I would like to do it one day where we have organized 4-man teams, but we multi-stream it, right? And then what I want to do is I want to take the opening Johnny Helldiver scene where he says, become a Helldiver. But what I want to do is replace it talks of him was originally right for the intro, but have I had the scene open up with many Johnny Helldivers saying become a Hellddiver. He puts the helmet on. with all of our logos, brand faces, or whatever, replacing Johnny's held up thing, showing simulating how many people are streaming this game, how many people are going to be streaming this game, even though it's a 4-man team. So that say, hey, this is a multi-collab thing that we're all doing, which would be kind of cool if you think about it.
That would be interesting. Yeah, you'd have to like render that and use that as some kind of intro, but that would be cool to do.
Yeah, that's not hard for me to do. It's figuring out how many people are doing it and getting it done before we actually do it. And then also, you can only have 4-man teams, but we're all going to be in the same VC.
Yeah.
So that's going to add more chaos to it. So you're like, wait, who's talking? Who's what? Which where? Who's this? But I only see these 3 people in the street.
Yeah, like the roughly 16 people we had for Halo was an absolute madhouse. So even if we get 12, it's going to be nuts.
Yeah, but that's one thing I would like to do on the headline. But yeah, that I think we're still on what you're doing this week. So anything else you want to add?
Nope, that's mostly what I got. I got my 3 projects and the few games that I stream with the crew and you all, and I'm trying not to put too much on my plate right now, even though it's
let me know before Friday if you're gonna plan to do a stream, because I try to reserve Friday between to schedule streams. I didn't know if we're gonna do something or not. It's not your fault. I'm just saying, I'm like, oh wait, are we gonna do something or not? And it's so late at night. I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna wait a few hours. But then I'm gonna wait a few hours. It never happens.
Yeah.
And I'm getting horrible at that because my videos are not editing into my stream time. So I'm trying to get better at streaming myself because we're not going into what I'm doing, right? But I'm always looking to videos. I want to get back to the pattern of streaming. I might just go into interesting games or niche gamer articles unless something comes up that's really interesting. I am almost done with the Dragons in Our Games series for the first video, the Death Race video. I'm trying to turn I turned a 5-hour video into an hour to 20 minutes to now it's 17 minutes. I just want to shave an extra 2 more minutes on it to keep it 15 minutes.
Log off. I'm sorry, Lavistro.
Okay, no problem, Dash. We're about ready to wrap up anyways. But
see you, Dash.
Hi, Dash. But anyways, yeah, that's what I got going on. There's some videos coming up for that. I don't know what I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. I might actually stream G.I. Joe Wrath of Cobra. I just got that a while back, so I might stream that. Might be streaming that. Trying to find some interesting games coming out. But if anyone finds a game that's an indie game that they think is interesting, tag me on YouTube. Tag me on X. Let me know in the Discord. I'll look it up and try to cover it. And if you're an indie developer watching this stream, because apparently indie developers watch my stream and comment on my videos, let me know if you want me to cover your game. I will give you a fair and honest interpretation of what I think. And other than that, happy gaming, everyone. And remember, next week we're talking about Roblox, and Karrus is being the host on that one.
Yep. Be prepared, people.
Yeah. Happy gaming, everyone. you're still here. What? You thought there'd be a post-credit scene or something? This isn't a Disney movie. Show's over. Go get some sleep. Play a video game. Watch another YouTube video. I gotta take care of the Dragon Wing and possibly get some sleep myself. Goodbye all, and thanks for watching. And happy gaming.